All right. Sorry about that. Had to make a quick post real quick. How's everybody feeling? Y'all feeling good like you shoulda? Are you feeling gooda like you shoulda? If you're not feeling gooda like you shoulda, I hope you're gonna be feeling gooda like you shoulda by the end of the stream. Daijoubu desu ka? However, we do have a good amount of shenanigans that we are going to be talking political wise today. There's a lot of policy last week that we didn't cover. Um, but we're going to get into that a little bit. I will probably start off with Japanese first, just because I doubt we're going to be rambling on about Japanese for too long today. But we will be digging into some political policy and bills that have been introduced this week, bills that may have been passed, XYZ. So, if you're not ready for all that, good luck. Grab yourself some water, get ready to drink, and this isn't to stress you out, this is just to make you aware. So just remember, an unaware individual is an unaware individual. Of course. So let's reduce our ignorance as much as we can. All right, let's get this shenanigan started and underway. Let's drop my mic. That's lovely. That is lovely. Did it switch scenes? Oh, right, it's still on editor mode. I see. I see. Why it didn't switch. Okay. Now it makes a sensu. Now it makes a sensu. Also, let's turn the gain up a little bit more. Very good. All right, now we're coming through a lot louder.
Aries ascending. Said Konnichiwa.
Konnichiwa, Aries-chan. Aries-chan, konnichiwa. How you doing? Genki? Daijoubu desu ka? Daijoubu desu ka? Wait. Daijoubu desu ka? Yesterday was okay. Mizu nonta desu ka? Right? Nonta? Like past tense drink. I believe nonta. You made sure to drink water yesterday, right?
Aries ascending. Said, are you typing this so I don't butcher it if I try to write it lol?
No, we'll let you butcher it first. You know, so we can correct you afterwards, like some Seishuku Sensei or something like that. You know what I mean?
Aries ascending. Said the water didn't help.
Huh? Nani? Nante? 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 How come the water didn't help? Is what I was asking, Nante. Like, Nante is like, what? Like what? But also like, because Nani is what, but also like Nante is like, how come, I guess? Doshite would be like, why? But Nante is more, I think, informal than Nande. Nande? If I remember correctly. Oh, that reminds me.
Aries ascending. Said, is there a T in it?
Yes, Nante.
Aries
It's
ascending.
like TE at the end.
Said not.
Nante. Like Nante.
Silent German. Said Nanti.
But that is for like the what, more like how come what thing. But if you were saying like past
Aries
tense
ascending.
of drinking.
Said, oh, I was close.
Yeah, very close, very close, very close. I'm saying a lot of in words at the same time, which essentially have the same spelling. Nante, and then like past tense of drinking water, or like not past tense of drinking water, but just past tense of drinking would be like nonta.
Silent German. Said nonta.
Let me make sure I'm pretty accurate with that. You know, let me make sure I'm actually telling the truth there and not just telling you some bullshit so you can be wrong. Stop it. Alright. Come on now. Yo, Shorty look like a monster. It's because when I say monster, she looks strong as fuck. She looks stronger than me. Maybe not, but she looks stronger than me. Shorty look like a monster. All right. What's it saying? Nante, nande. Let's bring up a little conjugation real quick. Little conjugation chart real quick. We got nomu, which is to drink, just in its plain form. Past tense. Nonda is informal past tense. Oh, so it's not nonda. Ooh, it's irregular. Ooh, it's irregular.
Silent German. Said Nanda.
Mizu nonde. Why did I think about that? Because it's... We say mizu nonde to, like, tell you to drink. I don't know why I wasn't thinking that. So, in a general sense, most class 1 verbs end in ta for their past tense. Nonta. Nonta. But nomu, to drink, ends in nonda. Nonda. Not nonta, nonda. But it might have something to do with the fact that nonte and nonta are other types of words, so it may have something to do with that. But, you know, Japanese always so confusing as always. I'm confused as always, it seems. Nonta. Yes. Right? Yeah, because nonde is telling somebody. Nomitai is like, I'm going to drink. That doesn't sound like I'm hitting my chest. That definitely sounds a lot different. All right, can I copy this so you can see what it looks
Aries
like
ascending.
in Japanese?
Said it sounds like you're clapping LOL.
Right?
Silent German. Said.
Clap for me. Head ass. Nonde. Nonda.
Silent
Ah.
German.
Also,
Said Nanda.
I don't know how big that is on your screen, like, or in your text box, but you know, if you can see the quotation marks on top of the A in the nonda, or the, well, it's nonda, but the last, okay, hold on, let me bring this up full screen, because I feel like I'm trying to explain it to you when I could just show it to you. Hold on one second. I'm being a bad sensei. Bad sensei. Alright. So, let's bring this out. Alright. Let's go back to our info section. Non da, right? Non ta, which is not the word, but this is what I mean. Like, the quotation marks over this A portion. Like, this doesn't represent A in a general sense of when it comes to kana, but like this ta right here, ta, but when it has the quotation marks over the top, it becomes da. So like the T words, like the T kana become like D kana. So like de, da, do. Is the other one D? I don't know if the other one is D or if the other one changes to we got da, D. Oh yeah, because D is also G. Okay. All right. That's why I was like, I feel like there's more than one on that. We got do, zoo, which is also crazy. So with that being said, let's bring up something of other value real quick so you can actually see what else I'm talking about. Yes, Japanese overload right now. I know. But bear with me now. Japanese overload. Just real quick. This is just a reference. This isn't meant to steal anyone's information or anything like that. But right here,
Aries
like
ascending.
I was saying, the
Said it's your daily lesson, lol.
Seishiku Doitsu time. Nihon desu ka? Nihongo, what is that lesson? Nihongo is like Japanese language, like Japanese as in the language. Anytime you add go to the word of like Deutsugo, Deutsugo is like German language, Nihongo, Japanese language, Eigo is English language, because you could just say Eigo, saying English by itself without it being English language is weird because we don't go off of English. We're more like Americano or whatever. I guess that's German, but American. Nihon being Japanese. But anyway, we'll come back to that. Anyway, so this is what I meant. Like da, DG, like this is T-Chi. Like this already has two options anyway. But like this has, like as you can see, like these typically the alternative variation ones, which are typically the ones with the, it's very hard to see actually. Very hard to see. I'm sure if I'm having a hard time seeing this, you're gonna have a hard time seeing this. The ones with the quotation marks, you know, usually all the alternative variations of the typical hiragana have a quotation mark on them, except for like the bottom line, which is like the P's, like papi, pu, pe, po, which have like that what's that symbol called? The symbol for the temperature. I like to call it the degrees for temperature. But that just has to do with like this last section right here, the ha, the h's. But anyway, so like I said, do, zu, de, do, like, so anytime you see these quotation marks, or if you see this little circle, that means it's the alternative version of the typical kana. So that's, I know you don't remember the kana off the top of the dome, but this is like when you see it, you should be able to recognize, oh, this is the variation of whatever that is, you know, and it'll help you start to learn.
Said, is it pronounced different without them?
It is pronounced different without them. So if it's, let's just go with like ta, the T section, or I'm sorry, not ta, but the T category. So like ta, ti, chi, tsu, tsu, te, to. And then we have, you know, when we have the quotations, it's da, dg, du, zu, de, do. So it is technically pronounced differently because of the letter that it typically is, but it's just switching of the one letter. And then there's more stuff to like make other sounds, like because Japanese only has 5 vowels in general, and there's always a vowel pretty much after every consonant. I mean, sometimes you have the small tsu where it's like 2 T's back to back, for example. We definitely have this somewhere. Hold on. I will find very quickly now. Quickly now. Oh, here we go. Like choto, like cho, like this is yo, like small yo. But if you, whoops. Let's see here. Cho, like this is the chi plus yo, which is right here, but it's a small version to like kind of let you know like the y is dropped off, but the sound effect is like 2 combined kana, so it's cho, so it's You drop the I, but you add the O from yo, and it's cho. But it's the small version of yo. You don't make the large version. I don't know if that makes sense. The same thing goes with like you. So it's kind of like the Y category, or I guess the Y kind of. I don't know how you explain that in terms of Japanese, because realistically speaking, like Romanji is just for us English speakers to kind of understand what's happening. Like, this doesn't always mean we're going to pronounce the word correctly, because sometimes, you know, Japanese speakers sometimes don't pronounce all the letters or enunciate all of the letters properly, to us anyway, so it makes us really confused. And then it also, like, some things like R's, for example, like ra, ri, ru, re, ro, can also be pronounced as ra, li, ru, le, lo, which is the L sound. So R's can make R and L sounds because it's not really one fluid letter. In Japanese, it's just a matter of who's speaking, who's pronouncing the word. So if you have trouble rolling R's in Japanese, because we don't pronounce R like R in Japanese, like we do in English, we pronounce ra, re, but it's kind of like, I guess the best way to like compare it is to like to do that sound effect, but you're rolling your tongue off the top of your mouth to do ra, ri, ru, re, ro, or like ra, li, lu, le, ri, la, li, lu, lo, lu. I think I did all of them. I really don't remember, honestly. I typically don't pronounce the L sound because I think it's a little confusing, but I definitely have heard more than a countless times of Japanese, fluent Japanese speakers and also native Japanese speakers pronouncing the R's as L's. So it's just something to be aware of, you know, because there's no L in Japanese, by the way. There's no L in Japanese. So if you hear an L, that means it's an R, if that makes sense. But if you hear an R, it can also make an L sound. So very confusing. Very confusing. I know I'm information overload right now, but you know, Nihongo lesson? No. What is, do we have Jisho? Resun? No. Nihongo ka? I don't know if we would say that. Nihongo ka? Hold on one second. Yes, we don't use Google Translate, of course, but we use Google Translate to see if, you know, what we're trying to say. Why is this not? There we go. There we go. Nihongo ka. Actually, let's try Kyo wa Nihongo ka. What? Why is it doing that? Oh my goodness, this is doing everything but what I'm asking it to. Nihongo. Yeah. See, I don't know if you would. Oh, wait. Let's not use ka, because ka is questioning mark and particle, which we know. So let's use Japanese language department. Okay. See, I don't know if, once again, Google Translate's not going to understand what the fuck we're trying to say. just because it doesn't know that this word has so many different variational information or variations, alternative definitions to the kanji, because it's not a fucking word, to the kanji. Japanese language lessons. Nihongo kyokun. Kyo. This is the thing I was talking about with the O having the accent mark. Kyo, like kyo. However, when we go back, like this is the small yo. This chisai yo. Because when we go back to the typical yo, it's the large version versus
Aries
when we have
ascending.
it with.
Said Google Translate said close enough, face with tears of joy, face with
Google
tears
Translate
of joy.
was like, fuck you, bruv. Fuck you. But yeah, literally. But yeah, you see the small yo is attached, which then makes this Nihongo Kyokun. Kyo o kun. Kyokun. But I guess technically speaking, it's Kyo o ku which is funny because we don't really pronounce ins as in. We pronounce it as like it's a noise. But some people say like you can tell like how long someone's either lived in Japan or how long they've been speaking Japanese, and with how many they pronounce, because like you know, same to like English and other languages, like but it is like yes, it doesn't have to be you don't have to say actual words. It's very informal, very informal, very informal. But anyhow, Nihongo, right? The goal, well, once again with the accent marks. Goal with the accent marks. Nihongo Kyokun. So this is why, as you saw, like when we did the previous kanji, like Google Translate was like, hey bro, you mean organization, but we really mean lesson. However, it doesn't understand that that's what we mean. So like it's all about context in Japanese, of course. You know, I guess in any language it's kind of like that, but in Japanese it's context is very important in Japanese because you can leave out particles. For example, like ka is the question mark in particle. You can leave out particles, but then this ka can also represent lesson, section of an organization, division, department, counter for chapters. So you want to use the kanji, even though Japanese can be written in just kana, right? Japanese can be written in just kana, like there's no kanji on the screen, like this is all hiragana kana. Or you can use go back to katakana, or go to katakana, like this is all kana for katakana, which I don't remember off the top of my head. I remember this ri because I see this often enough. I know ka is the same in this, or almost the same in this, pretty much. It looks exactly the same to me. I remember this is e sometimes, e, but the rest of these I usually don't remember except for e, you know, being he. But anywho, in ni is the two lines, which also means two, like in the numbers. So ni, and then yeah. But Japanese can be written in just kana, but the problem with writing Japanese in only kana is that it can be very confusing if you leave out particles, and especially depending on if the person you're talking to doesn't understand what you're talking about. If you just start a conversation and you say Mizuka, like water question mark, is like, are you asking did I drink water? Because you know, as Seishuku Doitsu, I'm always asking, did you drink water? But if you don't know me and know that I say, do you drink water, or did you drink water, you know, you're like, water question mark. So it's all about context, you know. So that's why like using kanji is important, but kanji is very hard to remember. Of course, we've talked about this before, but kanji is very difficult to remember. So, you know, obviously we can Google shit and we can use like JapanesePod101.com. Of course, plug them in at all times. You know, whether you use their free or paid resources, you know, it is available. I think the dictionary, I don't know if their dictionary option is available for free, but you know, they're always throwing out big discounts. If not, their YouTube and also sites like, you know, gshul.org, which is you can get this on your phone, which is Japanese dictionary. You can type in English, Japanese, Romanji.
Aries
You can type in kanji.
Said you're the Duolingo owl of Japanese Pod 101.
Hey, look, gotta plug them in, you know what I'm saying? The resources are great, no matter if it seems like I don't really know what the fuck I'm talking about half the time because I don't remember Japanese because my mind is all over the place most of the time. However, you know, when I become fluent in Japanese, I will become fluent in Japanese because of JapanesePod101.com. They are definitely well versed. Their lessons are in depth. You know, a lot of stuff is obviously like their lessons are paid or whatever. So you, oh, my name is on here. Whoops. Well, that is oh my goodness. We're gonna have to clip that out. But anyhow, like anyway, like as you can see, I've gone through a good amount of lessons, but they have like a shit ton of stuff, and this is only in the beginner lesson category.
Said full name reveal.
But it is whatever. You know what I mean? As long as we're not giving out my address or my, you know, my banking information, I don't give a shit if you see my name, right? Maybe I'll go back and fix that in the VOD. Actually, let me write that down. Not because I'm going to fix it, but just in case if I want to fix it. I doubt anybody's going to be going through my VODs looking through this shit like that, but I don't give a fuck. You know, not everybody needs to know what my actual name is. What's today? 2/8?
Aries ascending. Said what's your social security number? Completely unrelated.
Head ass. Obviously we're not gonna like listen to things, and I'm not gonna show their lessons on screen. I don't even know if this is okay for me to even show on screen because this isn't part of the free stuff they offer on here. As you can see, doesn't have the free label, so I'm not entirely sure. Hopefully, Japanese Pod, if you see this, or YouTube, this is not me trying to give out information. This is for informational purposes only, to show off how good Japanese Pod really is, you know. So don't shadow ban me and don't you know, copyright me because of the shenanigans. But like I said, you got absolute beginner stuff. Like there is a shit ton of information on their website in terms of lessons, culture lessons, in every step of the way between, you know, absolute beginner, intermediary, upper intermediate. You know, as you can see, I've made my way through this. So realistically speaking, I should be in the advanced category. But when I tried to listen to advanced, I was like, yeah, nah, because they're speaking in full Japanese, which is not... Actually, I haven't gone back in a while. It's probably been at least 6 months or so since I've gone back and tried to listen to the advanced category. However, I don't feel comfortable enough, personally, listening to this and trying to invent my Japanese from here, because I don't have all the concepts down from intermediate and beginner. You know, a lot of the stuff, not a lot of the stuff, but some of the stuff, or some of the lessons, words, grammar points, are covered in multiple categories, no matter if it's, you know, beginner, advanced, XYZ. So sometimes you come across the same stuff, but it's not as like they're teaching the same whole fucking lesson all over again. It may be like nuances, like for example, like grammar points like conjoining like two individual clauses together, like two individual sentences together, and how to form them, like with nanakata. Well, nanakata is, I think, actually not a conjoining phrase, but that sounds right. But nanakata, I think, has something to do with not drinking water, if I remember correctly. Let's see here. We got like, oh yeah, I had nante written down. Remember I was talking about nante in the beginning, like how something, nante, nante hayai, which is like how early. We talked about that before, or we talked about hayai the other day. But like, conjoining words like, or I guess, I think they're like adverbs, realistically speaking, if they're conjoining verbs or conjoining words, like kute, which like, let's go back. We're just going to use this page once again. We'll get rid of this real quick. Let's say like omoshiroi, omoshiroi, right? Omoshiroi, which is like, what do we say, like interesting, and then we have like omoshiroi being like interesting, like maybe funny, and then we have okashi, which can mean like strange, also funny, if I remember correctly. Could also be like weird, if I remember correctly. And there's like maybe some other adjectives, which we have, once again, we have these words already on our list, like okashi, strange, funny, amusing, ridiculous. Omoshiroi, oh, we spelled that incorrectly. We have two eyes. I was thinking it's only one eye, but omoshiroi being like interesting, amusing. So like if we say like Eri-chan is omoshiroi in okashi, example, just not, no, we're not saying anything about you. You wouldn't say like Eri-chan, Eri-chan omoshiroi. And then you'd be like, Eri-chan, like as a separate sentence. Okashi type shit. You know, those are two separate sentences or whatever. You could actually just be like, you can drop the E and you can add kute. Eri-chan omoshiro kute. Okashi. Because these are two E adjectives, so you would use kute on the first E adjective to conjoin multiple E adjectives together, essentially, to bring it as one sentence versus having to say it separately, if that makes sense. It's kind of weird, but you can also okashi kute, kawaii kute, kawaii kute, which is like Eri-chan is Eri-chan wa, I guess because this looks weird because it's just words now. Eri-chan wa like is Eri-chan is interesting, strange, cute, scary type shit. I mean, obviously this is a weird ass fucking sentence because it's a whole bunch of adjectives together, but it explains what we're trying to say type shit. But you wouldn't end the last adjective in kute, because you would just end the last adjective as whatever it typically is. Oh my goodness, we've been fucking rapping non-stop just now. Tachoku. Why do we have this here? What was this for? Tachoku. Tachoku. What does that mean? Tachoku? Okay, I don't know why that. What do you mean? Why'd that not come up on G Show, but that came on? That was strange. But yeah. I don't know if all that makes sense or not, but vocab builder. Children's songs.
Aries ascending. Said, was it strange or was it okashi?
Okashi. Well, strange would be okashi. 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 Okashi.
Silent German.
2 eyes.
Said okashi.
Okashi. Okashi. Now, I like to point out that not every adjective that ends in E is an E adjective. I don't know if I've said this before, but like, for example, you know, I was talking about chisai being like chi-sa-e, right? Which is small. And then you have oki, oki, right? I believe that's how it's spelled. That's not right. Okay, I think it's within. I had 2 eyes. Okay, hold on. Okay, because obviously I don't know what I'm talking about today, it seems. Oki. It's not 2 O's. It's not 2 O's. Is it 2 O's? I feel like it's not 2 O's. Am I tripping? I think Oki is not 2 O's. I feel like it has an accent mark over the first O. Am I wrong? Hold on a second. Let's get our notes back out. It's not like we would want to believe our resources or something like that, you know? We have to reference our notes to make sure that we're not tripping or that we didn't write the wrong information, right? You know, Oki, Yowai, where is it at? It's in here because I know I wrote this down. Yeah, it's got an accent mark over the top. So this should be more like, hold on a second, I need to know. With an accent mark, it should be more like this. Yeah, it should be like this. Oki, not with 2 O's, like that. Oki. You know what I mean? But anyhow, I'm sorry. I did all that to say that these 2 words aren't E adjectives. Even though they end in E, and E adjectives, as the name implies, sounds like adjectives that end in E would be E adjectives. However, these 2 adjectives are not adjectives. So when used in front of a noun, like, let's say like Oki Inu, right? Or, sorry, Chisai Inu, it would be more like Chisai na Inu, if I remember correctly. And then like Oki na Okina Karuma. I believe that's incorrect spelling for car. I think this isn't the correct way to spell car. I think that's wrong. Yeah, it's ku, right? Oh my fucking goodness. Yeah, but you would add na in front of it. However, in every instance that you use oki or chisai, you don't have to add the na, even though they're na adjectives. It's only when they're like in front of a noun that you have to add the na for these two specifically. These non-e adjectives that look like e adjectives. I hope you're not trying to take notes right this second and just because I'm definitely writing and deleting almost everything that I'm putting up there. But I feel like I also added, did I not add chisai? Or no, I did. So yeah, just be careful. Like, if you come across an adjective that ends in e, just verify it is an e adjective. Most of the time, if they end in e, they're e adjectives. But like I said, with chisai and oki, they're not e adjectives. You know, as simple as Japanese is sometimes, it is also not simple at all. Listening to myself talk makes me tired. No wonder people say I put them to sleep. Sheesh.
Aries ascending. Said simple. Face with tears of joy, face with tears of joy.
Yeah, it's very simple, of course. Very simple. It is very simple, you know? You don't know? Very simple. Very simple. Very simple. You can cheer with 1 bit. What is 1 bit? If 300 bits is $3, does that mean 1 bit is $1? Interesting. Interesting. I don't really know what the split is on bits, but I'm sorry, I just clicked on that option just now. I was like, what does that even mean again? How do I make this go away? But yeah. So, we need to add a word for today. We did all that rapping. We have no word for today. So, excuse me. Let me go to my word bank. And let's see if we can find something. What do we have recently? I think we could put... This isn't usually how I find my words to choose, but, you know, I have a word bank that I use sometimes of words I add for my lessons. Sukoshi Kudai. Sukoshi Kudai Eleto. Sukoshi Kudai. And what instance is being used in Sukoshi Kudai? What's your type? Maybe it has something to do with, like, hold on a second. Let me not show this on screen, of course. Don't want to get copyrighted or anything like that. Let me see if I can just see how they, in what instance they even use this. Also, this actually, clicking on this lesson made me see something else. So, suki, which is like to like something. Ski. 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 However, like, when you pronounce the word ski, like, you know, ski, to like something, suki, you can say suki, but it's typically pronounced ski, which is kind of crazy because, I mean, in English, you got ski, but, like, in a Japanese sense, like, it's one of those words where the first vowel isn't being pronounced. And this is what I was talking about earlier, where in Japanese, like, some vowels aren't being pronounced at all. Like ski, like this is being said like it's just S-K-I, like ski, like instead of suki. Like, but when you say like daisuki, daisuki, like to love something, even though like Google's gonna say like, oh, this means to like a lot or like very much or something, it means love. Like this is the equivalent of love in Japanese, but you know, you still have, what is it, aishiteru, aishiteru. That's not how it's spelled. That's definitely not how it's spelled. I can guarantee that is not how that's spelled. Guaranteed. Aishiteru. Is this the correct one? This may be the correct. No, that's not the correct one. This isn't correct either. Aishiteru. Hold on a second. Let's. There we go. Aishiteru. What the fuck did I type before? Oh, yeah. Why the fuck did I do that? This is why you just gotta break it down by the sound effects. Break it down by the kana you hear, and then figure out what is being said. Shite. I'm sorry. Shiteru. Aishiteru. Aishiteru. But it doesn't sound like all that shit I just said when you say it all together now. Just the same thing like ski is pronounced suki, but it's ski when it's said. Versus like daisuki is also love. To go back to what I was saying, daisuki is love. Or Google may say to like a lot. However, we don't like a lot. We love something. Aishiteru is also love. However, this is a very big word for Japanese people. So this is typically a written word versus a said word. Now, there are people who say aishiteru, but it's most of the time, as you see like in shows and animes and in general context of people saying they love something, they usually say daisuki, inu daisuki desu. Like, I love dogs. Inu daisuki desu. Aishiteru inu daisuki. Oh, wait. Aishiteru inu desu. Aishiteru inu. Aishiteru inu. Daisuki inu. Yeah, aishiteru is a very big word for Japanese people. You know how Japanese is. They like to shorten everything down. So much fucking information overload. You're gonna have to come back to the VOD for this to make sure you double check all the information that I've given out, because I am just running a mile a minute. Not 2 miles a minute like my brain, but just a mile a minute. And then we also have, which we added this onto our list before, Gonomi, which was like right here. Also liking, taste,
Aries
choice.
Ascending. Said take all the notes you keep erasing LOL.
Uh, well, I mean, if you want me to write those down, I can write those down. Don't worry, I can actually write those down for you if you want. Um, I'm just bringing up examples. Like, you don't have to use Aishiteru ever. You don't have to use Gonomi, but it is good to um, broaden your vocabulary in Japanese. But a lot of times you're gonna come across people saying daisuki or ski. So I mean, Gonomi is like, I feel like when we broaden our vocabulary in Japanese,
Aries ascending. Said I'm
okay,
just messing with you,
all right, cool.
lol.
I feel like when we broaden our vocabulary in Japanese, like I hope it doesn't give off the impression like we're being extra or we're trying to be extra. Like, we're trying to learn a language and we're trying to be assimilate with the culture and the language and the nuances of things that people say, and not just stick to the typical terminology. But a lot of times, like, Japanese people, in informal situations, of course, because in formal situations, like, some of the words we have on here are formal words versus like informal words, like we were talking about the breakfast, lunch, and dinner, like chushoku, choshoku, chushoku, yushoku. Like, these are all formal words versus like we just people would typically say like asa gohan. What the fuck was lunch again? I think it was like hiru gohan in kon gohan. Oh, it's not kon gohan. Kon konba gohan or something like that for dinner. I don't remember what dinner is, but did we not write? I feel like we at one point came back and rewrote some of that information somewhere in here. Did we not? I guess not. But yeah. But we also want to show Japanese people that we're also trying to consistently learn their language and to assimilate ourselves with their culture, and bring our English nuances to Japanese without being rude or anything, having to make other people speak English and shit, because we want to assimilate with the culture when we show up so we can live in Japan. Head ass. But yeah, yeah, I don't remember where I was going with any of that, but even when Dakota shows up, for example, like, Dakota is in the English, I mean a Nihongo sensei, like Japanese teacher also, so they teach us, like, nuances sometimes, and correct our obviously terrible writing, sentence patterns, and help us speak more, not properly, but more consistent with typical Japanese speakers or whatever, because sometimes a lot of this stuff is like, Japanese Pod 101 has been like a thing for like the last 20 years, so a lot of this stuff it goes back to like 20 years ago and stuff like that, and it may not be spoken Japanese all the time for some things, but a lot of the stuff is still typically pretty used because the language doesn't change incredibly like that. But with younger generations, of course, slang and all that, I think it's like wakana yoko. No, that's not right. I feel like it's like, no, actually I do feel like it's something close to that, like wakana yakoba or something like that. Young people's language, which is slang. But even sometimes, like, we think we have the simplest version, and they're like, yeah, just dumbing us down even more, or you need to add like this or that to make it more understanding of what you're trying to say. But sometimes we are interjecting formal words with informal speech patterns, so it becomes a little bit of weird nuances. Weird nuances. However, a good tidbit, you know, if you ever visit Japan, of course, you know, or if you're speaking to someone who speaks Japanese, always speak formally to them and then let them speak informally to you first so they can guide the conversation so you know when to start speaking informally. Of course, it's very difficult to remember informal and formal speech patterns because it's already difficult as fuck to learn shit as it is. But okay, we'll bring up verb conjugation real quick. Once again, Japanese pod, don't hit me with disclaimer tab or copyright or anything like that. You know what I'm saying? This is all for informational purposes for this very moment to, you know, show off your good resources that you have out here. But like, you know, we have for conjugation options, like for nomu to drink, like we have the formal version. You can find stuff like this on gshow.com and anywhere where dictionary options or translation options are available. They typically have the conjugation patterns. But like, I feel like Japanese has a lot of, once again, it's very simple language, but it's complex and weird sorts. Like there's the formalities, you know, the formal versions of things like nomimasu, like, and then nomu, like you're just using in the informal, like for non-past, present, or future, you use just the base verb, the base dictionary verb. But like if you're being formal, you usually add masu, but it's typically pronounced once again with the mas thing. Like the u doesn't seem like it's very pronounced in Japanese at all. So, and I know they discussed that in one of my lessons where like Japanese people have a poor habit of not pronouncing the u in words. So it really fucks us English speakers up. But like, you know, like non-past is like present tense, future tense words, and then like you've got past options, you got the negative of course, but like negative past, volitional, which means like my English is very bad when it comes to terms like volitional, conditional, passive, causative, imperative. Like I'm starting to remember them more often because I have to look them up regularly. But like causative is like obviously like causation. Like if I allow you to do something, then you do this, or like, or you doing this has caused me to do this, or XYZ. Imperative, I think, is like, I don't remember. let's not even get carried away. I don't remember what imperative means. Conditional, obviously some condition has to be met. Like some instances you may use this. Volitional is like, if I remember correctly, volitional is, you know, volition, which means like you doing something, but like not like I'm going to do something, like the Thai form, which is like I'm going to do something, like I'm going to drink, like nomitai, like I'm going to drink, or like te form, which is like me telling you, like nonde, like drink something, but like volitional being like to be of your own volition, which is also once again just using the word because English is so fucking convoluted. Why can't we use simpler terms in this? I'm not gonna look it up because I know what this means. Volitional is like, you know, your ability to do something. Not like you're going to do something, but your ability to do something. Like I could drink, or you know, you could drink type shit. But this is like me telling you, like te form. This is the same conjugation pattern for all verbs, whether they're class 1, class 2, or class 3. Like these are just some examples. Class 3 is typically only these suru and kudu verbs, which are usually irregular. These are considered irregular verbs. They're just class 3 verbs. There are other class 3 verbs which are like not really often used anymore, you know, in Japanese in general. So typically most verbs are either Godan verbs, which is class 1, and then Ichiban verbs, which is class 2, which is really confusing because Ichi is 1, so it's, I don't know why it's not Ichiban verbs as class 1, but I think because Japanese, they're saying class 1 verbs are like the bottom level, which is Godan, and then class 2 verbs is Ichiban, which is like the first level. Very confusing, very confusing. That is very confusing just in a general sense, but these verbs are not all conjugated the same way. Obviously, we talked about like nomu, like the te form is irregular here, because it's usually non te. Like if this was any other verb, for example, it would be like non te, like with the te, and then nomitai is the same usual shit. But you know, these are irregular sometimes, but it's most of the time they follow the same sentence pattern, like nonta. Well, once again, this is nonda because this isn't nonta like the usual verbs, but this is typically nonta, not nonta. I'm sorry, I keep saying that even though that's not for this, but it's like tabeta, for example, to eat, or to have eaten, tabeta. Other verbs. Think of other verbs. Hanasu, hanasta, hanashita. Yeah. Yes. Hanashita. But yeah. Oh my goodness. Hanashimasho. But you can see how, like, if you were to type all this in for one fucking word, like, yeah, of course, like, you might type this in for all one word, but you may be using hanashi, like this part of the kanji, and then going from here type shit to say negative past of hanashimasen deshita. But typically most verbs follow the same pattern structure. Like mas is always the formal, like I said, informal versions always have the dictionary form of the verb. Nai at the end of a verb usually means it's negative, but it's still present tense. Masen being formal negative, formal negative past tense. And then, like, when you start seeing like ta at the end of the verb, that typically means it's in the past. So it could be either negative past or present past, but it also depends on how long the word is per se. Because hanasanakata, which is negative non-past, but hanashita, it's just regular past. So it's getting used to the wording and then just being able to say this. Hanaso. But yeah. But these, like, this always confuses me, like volitional, conditional, passive, causative, imperative. Like, I'm starting to get the hang of these, but they're quite confusing to me. I don't know if it's like that for everybody else, but it's just these categories of how certain verbs can be conjugated, you know, are based on instances, depending on whatever's happening, can be a little bit confusing. Let's conjecture. No, first off, I don't want this, okay? I don't want this. I do not want this. I do not want this. I want them to know I do not want this shit. When it used to be optional, that was better. But I do not want them using my precious drinking water to give me simplified versions of the resources that I could just click on. Yes, it's great and all, but if you're using my fucking drinking water and making my drinking water no longer drinkable, I fucking hate you. And I do not want your AI options. Stop giving them to me. I don't want that shit. Leave it for your own fucking self. Get that fucking shit out of here. Stop trying to force AI down my throat. I don't want that shit. I do not want it. I do not want it. I hate it. I hate it. I despise it. We need regulation. Okay. I'm sorry. Let me get off of my tangent. This isn't explaining anything that I'm looking for. However, they do have... Oh my goodness. Here we go. I remember what I was saying. Godan verbs, Ichiban verbs, Ichidan verbs. They like Godan verbs disguised as Ichiban verbs. Oh yeah, because there are class 1 verbs that, when conjugated a certain way, become class 2 verbs. Very confusing. Very confusing. It's just... JapanesePod101.com will plug you in and help you understand a lot better. And for somebody like you, Aries-chan, not saying you have to, but somebody like you who's taking your time learning Japanese and not a bunch of stuff all at once and listening to fucking 20 lessons at one time, like some fucking Seishiku Doitsu out here, it may be easier to get the concepts down and to see stuff versus Seishiku Doitsu. But, hold on, where's the... Should I just... Alright, yeah, like causative, it tells us that someone is forced to do the action or allowed to do the action depending on context. Conditional, in other words, it adds an if meaning to a sentence. So like, what do we say? Conditional hanaseba, like if you speak type shit. Eri-chan hanaseba, like if Eri-chan speaks type shit. I really wish I could like, I guess I could write these in my notes. Maybe I should be writing this in my notes, right? I don't know if that was...
Aries
Is that correct
ascending.
spelling?
Said get out one of your 10 notebooks, lol.
I was going to, but I was like, I may not be the only person who may need this information, so I'm just gonna write it on the list to make it a lot easier for the rest of us. I'm gonna write it in my notes, of course, but you know, just for, you know, for the stream and for video purposes, let's make sure everyone else can also understand too. Conditional form. We'll just copy this. Then we'll go back to volitional. So volitional is like expresses a volition, proposition, or invitation akin to let's or shall we. So like, yeah, we could do something type shit, like let's drink, like what was the hanashimashou, like let's talk or let's speak, you know, or I guess if we do the informal, which is hanaso. Once again, like I said, the U is not being properly pronounced here, so it's kind of like being carried over. That's the only problem with like listening for comprehension in Japanese. If there's a U in a sentence or U in the word, depending on how long the vowel is being carried, you might be able to figure out that there's a U, but sometimes you may just have to end up looking it up. Oh my goodness. Gomen, gomen. Gomen nasai. Gomen nasai.
Aries ascending. Said sleepy German.
Sleepy German. Sleepy. Sleepy. What is the word for sleepy again? It's something with like a D actually. If I remember correctly, it's like a Neru. Nemu. 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 Maybe it's not with a D? Is the word to sleep? No? Neru. Maybe I'm thinking of Deru, which means to like exit. Nemu. Nemu doitsu. Nemu doitsu. Nemu doitsu. Passive tells us that a verb is done to someone. It takes the emphasis off of who does the action and places it on who is affected by the action. Okay. What do we have? Because we're definitely doing this out of order. Conditional, volitional. What the hell was the last one? Passive. Passive. Volitional, conditional, passive, potential. Which is like the ability to do something, of course. Potential is not on here because potential is something else. Neru. 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 No, it's not Neru. It's Reru? No. That's passive. But that's the same thing right there. Yeah. Reru. I was saying Neru, but that's the same thing right here. Habada? Nani? And once again, this is where I say fucking Japanese is confusing as fuck. Also simple at the same time, but confusing as fuck. Ireru. Passive. Potential. I don't.
Aries ascending. Said silent 1168 nanny.
Nani? Conditional, volitional, passive. What are we gonna do? Causative. Context. Causative. And what's the other one we need? Conditional, passive, causative, imperative. We had volitional. So we need imperative? Which imperative... Nase. Do they have imperative on? The problem with the shit sometimes is that it's labeled as something else. I believe this is imperative. Naseru. Nase, right? Nase. Oh, you can't see that. Sorry, my face is blocking it. Nase, right? This is nase. That's not nase. That's na sa e. Nasai. 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 However, hold on a second. Let's click on another word. Nasai. Yeah, I don't know. This is what confuses me, is when they don't have the same word option. Or it's not labeled as the same thing, which makes it confusing.
Aries ascending. Said BRB.
Okay. Okay, Aries-chan. Okay. Simultaneous. Which is Nagase? No, wait, Nagas. This is in R, I think. Nagas. Nagara. While eating, play. Nagara. Which is just saying
Nagara.
Which is just saying that connects two clauses in a single sentence. Can be used for contracting clause similar to though in English. Two actions are taking place while at the same time. This use is similar to while in English. Nagara. Tabe. Taberu. Taberu plus Nagara equals Tabe Nagara. Tabe Nagara. And then play, which is to play. Asobu, right? Is that Asobu they added into? Yeah. Tabe Nagara. Asobu. Nagara. There's no Nagara on this list, but I guess in a general sense that may be possible. Let me write that one down. Nagara. Need a pen. Nagara. Nagara. Asobu. Okay. All right. Simultaneous actions, as we say at the beginning of this page. While in English, as well, blah types of actions consider background information. Let's expand on our example from the previous section. Tabe Dagada. Played tic-tac-toe with my friend. It was mainly about how I played the game with my friend. The fact that we did it while eating is background information. Both while and Nagata attached to the less important clause. Okay. In English, it is perfectly acceptable to move the background information clause to a different position in a sentence, as in I played tic-tac-toe with my friend while eating. You can do this in Japanese too, but it is used mainly reserved for speaking or literary writing. This places emphasis on the second part of the sentence. If you decide to move the background information to the end of the sentence, make sure to bring Nagata with you. Otherwise, you can accidentally change the meaning of the sentence. For example, let's say you want to invite someone out for lunch or chat. Invite someone out to lunch for a chat. You can say Kyo wa kyo while having lunch. Let's talk sometimes. Let's talk while having lunch sometimes. If you leave Nagata attached to the other action, though, you would accidentally say, let's eat while talking sometime. I see. Okay. I see. Imperative? Can I look up imperative? Harsh verb conjugation used to issue commands, orders, or urgent instructions. Okay. That's similar to what they were saying on the other side. Alright. Now that we have all that information there, Daikirai. It's a na adjective, right? Yep. Okay. Shizuka is a na adjective. Shizuka na. Shizuka. Shizuka. This is not adjective. I'm gonna add one more word for this, right? Then we're gonna add benri. Benri. Oh, I guess we should add fubun.
Fuben.
Fuben. Fuben. Not fubun. Fubun is with a U, so fuben. 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 That's not what we want to do. Excuse me. Benri. Benri. This is Fuben. Fuben, which I believe is also a na adjective. I feel like I'm spelling this wrong even still. Not convenient. Inconvenient, sorry, not convenient. Inconvenient, I don't know why I put not convenient, like I don't remember that. right. Inexpediency, unhandiness. All right.
Aries ascending. Said is this intermission?
Yeah, I needed a momentary break. Momentary break. A mental break. Momentary break is momentary. Is real momentary. All right. I think it's about time we can move on to we can take a break from Japanese. Just a wee break from Japanese. I think actually what we'll do, right, is we'll take a mental break before we start with the political aspect of things. And we'll play a little Master Duel real quick, you know? Just because we can run a couple matches of this just real quick, just like 2 matches, and then we'll go.
Dirt Monkey 000 said what up?
Here, was goody. We'll take a little break from the Japanese before we get into the political aspect of today's stream. We'll play about 2 duels just to give my brain a mental break real quick, regather ourselves. We have about like. There's one particular policy I need to find. I don't remember what the name of the policy is. I definitely remember coming across it the other day. It's definitely something we need to be discussing today. But, oh man, they're giving out some serious shit. Ultra rare. Royal finish guaranteed.
Dirt Monkey 000 said how did I miss your Lego Boba and Mono Hemels right the OMG LOL I have M2.
Yeah, I don't know how you missed that, buddy. Spend 1 anniversary ticket to get the 4th. Maybe I shouldn't have clicked that pack. I feel like these are going to be cards that I can't use. Okay, why is it not letting me skip any of this?
Dirt Monkey 000
Nope.
said Theata Vader Lego Helm.
Yeah, of course. Of course, brother. Of course. Of course. Plant from Mario, Game Boy, Vader, Captain Rex, Stormtrooper, Mandalorian, Boba Fett, Dark Trooper. Then we also have Star-Lord's helmet we need to build, and like 10 other Legos. No, actually, I think it's only 8 other Legos now. We'll probably build one this week, maybe. Maybe. But
Aries
yeah.
Ascending. Said Mario and Yoshi.
Oh yeah, don't
Dirt
forget about
Monkey
Mario and
000.
Yoshi, of course.
Said looks like the walker. I have the walker from Mondo.
Yeah, we have the Walker, we have Boba Fett's ship, we have R2-D2. We also have a T-Rex. Just like Aries said, we got Mario and Yoshi. You know, Mario and Yoshi is so fucking big, we can't put it directly on screen. But we can definitely bring it down real quick, you know what I mean?
Dirt Monkey
Mario and Yoshi
000.
type shit.
Said oh nice.
You know what I'm saying? Get them moving like shit, you know what I'm saying? Block it. You know what I'm saying? Block it. Head ass. You know what I
Dirt
mean?
Monkey 000. Said yat.
But yeah, that motherfucker's big as shit. So obviously we can't put it directly on one of these shelves on screen, unfortunately. I would love to, but you know, we can't. You know what I'm saying? We got these knockoff Master Chief helmet joints or Spartan helmet joints. It's a good time, you know what I mean? It's a good time. We got our buddy over here with the walker.
Dirt Monkey 000. Said yup, just like ship, they're big as hell.
Big as fuck. We have another walker we need to build, but we haven't gotten around to that one for a while. So we got some other ships here. We need to some more ships, but yeah, I don't even know where the fuck we're gonna put all these. I know we'll put Star-Lord's helmet over here, but I have no idea what we'll do with the rest of these. No idea what we'll do with the rest of those. Too bad Dune doesn't have
Dirt
any
Monkey
actual,
000. Said that Yoda's Jedi ship nice.
Oh, word. Yeah, too bad Dune doesn't have any actual real Legos. They got the Ornithopter giant, but that Ornithopter,
Dirt Monkey 000.
I'm not trying to spend the money for that shit.
Said do does have LGO. SG Zealot. Said join at silent_German_s Discord channel and get ready for some future games.
Yeah.
HTT.
Yeah, that's what I said. It has the Ornithopter, but I'm not getting that shit. It's not worthwhile getting. That's not very interesting as a Lego build. It's kind of boring, honestly. Kind of boring, honestly, in my opinion. The Ornithopter is definitely kind of boring, in my opinion. I don't know why it didn't use more purple for this,
Dirt Monkey 000.
What the fuck is this?
Said Halo's got the Mega Block shit.
What is this fucking shit? What is my boy's name? Obviously, we have the most important one remembered. You know what I'm saying? Our good Michelangelo. You know what I mean?
Dirt Monkey 000. Said Leo.
Exactly, Leo.
Dirt Monkey 000.
Raphael.
Said Mishi.
And the only one we're missing is what, Leonardo? We haven't printed Leonardo yet, but as you can see, Eddie's Chan. These are probably going to be part of the collection we're going to give out for the books read.
Dirt Monkey 000 said Donny.
We also, you know, for our Wednesday lovers out there, you know what I'm saying? We got some Wednesday ones out the way the other day. Type shit. You know what I'm saying? There's a lot of detail in this Wednesday joint. I'm fucking with it. We haven't printed all the houses yet because I don't know if I really want to open up. I don't know if I
Aries
have all
ascending.
the colors open yet.
Said, oh, those are cool.
Yeah, those are cool. We got the, you know what I'm saying, House Targaryen, you know what I mean? Type shit going here. Like I said, there's like 6 other houses we could print, but I don't know if we're gonna really do them or not. For some of them anyway. We'll probably print House Lannister, we'll probably print House Greyjoy, but I'm not entirely sure if we'll print all the other giants. But I do think these Wednesday giants, hella detailed. Like, these are probably the most detailed bookmarks that we printed out of all of them. And, like, look at that fucking shit. Like, skull, the fucking webs, the hand, bro. Like, oh my fucking, the detail on the eyes, the lips. Come on, bro. The fucking shirt. Come on now. Who'd ever design these? Shout out to them on Maker World for fucking putting these joints together. But the shit is fucking clean. The shit is clean. The shit is clean. Shout out to them for being a real one. Designing these bookmarks. And we will be giving these bookmarks away as we read more books throughout the year. So we got what? 2, 5, 7, 9, 11, 12 bookmarks laying around that we'll definitely be giving away. 12.
Aries
We'll be giving
ascending.
away at least.
Said, what are you giving away for Wuthering Heights LOL?
I have no idea, bruh. I have no idea. Like, I really have no idea what to give away for Wuthering Heights. I have not seen anything that gives Wuthering Heights vibes to really give away, so I'm honestly not even sure what to give away for that. I'm probably just gonna give away like anime joints. And it has nothing to do with that book, of course, but you know, we're gonna have to just go with it. Well, actually, I guess I could print like some. I did print like my mom like a mountainscape bookmark or something like that, so I guess I could print some mountainscape joints. You know what I'm saying? Turbo Granny, you know what I mean? Turbo Granny out here doing the thing, you know what I mean? Type shit. But yeah, you know what I mean? Maybe we'll just
Dirt
give
Monkey
away Doodle
000
Bob,
said Doodle Bob.
yeah, Doodle Bob is the main. Doodle Bob is the main. I guess the most recent print should go on the trying now. Actually, I think we're gonna put Michelangelo in Doodle Bob's hands today. I think today Michelangelo will hold Doodle Bob, or Doodle Bob will hold Michelangelo. Also, Eddie's Chun. Speaking of books, actually, Eddie's Chun. That fucking book. Oh my fucking goodness, bruh. Somehow I had accidentally restarted my progress of the book. So I had to re-find where I was at. So I had to re-listen to the fucking chapter of them fucking cutting pieces off Shorty and cooking that shit, and she showing back up like, hey, I only passed out. You niggas decided to eat my ass? Literally? I had a dying conniption. You know what I'm saying? Once she put it all together and then she died right afterwards, was like, wait a second. You fed me my own ass? Are you kidding me? And then she died right afterwards. If it was any other way for that moment to end, there was no other way. There was no other way. That was the only way for her to go out after that. Once she recognized that butt cheek tattoo that she was cutting cutting a piece off. I was like, wait a second. Why do I recognize this tattoo? Wait a second. You decided to eat my ass? Not in a good way. These niggas was hungry. I was dying. I'm not gonna lie. And I had a feeling, like when that chapter started up and they were like, hey, is she dead? I was like, something
Aries
tells me
ascending.
she's not dead.
Said hard to come back from that lol.
I was like, she's not dead. Like, I'm guaranteed, like, she's not dead. And then 20 minutes goes past, and I'm like, yup, she wasn't dead. Especially, like, when Buddy started cutting the flesh off of her. And she let out that random-ass moan, talking about, like, like somebody who was asleep. It was like, bro, you in a deep-ass sleep, you getting your fucking ass cut off. That nigga left the knife in her at that, bruh.
Dirt Monkey 000
She pulled that knife out.
said what every on having for dinner.
We're eating ass, it seems. She pulled that knife out, and Buddy was like, "Oh, my bad. That's my knife, by the way. I'll take that." It was like,
Dirt Monkey 000
"Excuse me?
said LMFAO.
Excuse me?" It was like, you did what? You're not even gonna ask about it? You just gonna eat the piece of meat on your plate first? Oh man, oh man. Also, that bowling ball story, the bowling ball story, I was like, bro, what is killing these niggas in these streets? Niggas is dropping bowling balls down the fucking street. Yeah, damn. Them niggas, bruh. They said Buddy tried to cover his face because he heard something
Aries
coming.
ascending.
And that
Said I was
motherfucker,
waiting for you to get to that one lol.
that motherfucker got his hands smashed into his brain. Nigga was clawing his own brain out trying to fucking protect his face. I was like, yeah, damn, bruh. Sheesh. Yeah. But I mean, I think I'm like 3 hours left of the book, maybe. Now that I've re-listened to those 2 parts all over again, I guess I could have skipped them, but I was like, let me verify that this is the right section I'm at. And boy, was that the part that I was at, because goddamn, that was crazy. Go Mendasai. But yeah, that fucking book is wild. I don't know what we're gonna print for that. Like, how are we gonna print bookmarks for that? You talking about Wuthering Heights? What are we gonna give away for Wuthering Heights? But what the fuck are we gonna give away for fucking Haunted? Cause
Aries
god
ascending.
damn.
Said a knife lol.
I mean, we could a bowling ball, a knife, a bowling ball. What else? A cat? Neko-chan? A bookmark with some hands on it or something? Because them niggas cutting off their fucking toes and their fingers.
Dirt Monkey 000
Sheesh.
said a sword.
No, not a sword. Not a sword. A
Dirt
sword has
Monkey
not been
000
referenced.
said I don't know this stuff.
No. The bookmarks are meant to be references, hopefully, towards the books that we complete. But if we can't find anything that's close in correlation to the books, then we'll give out something that isn't, related. But the idea is to give out bookmarks that are in relation to said books. So, but yeah, maybe a boat. I don't fucking know. There's at least a few different what do you call it? Not foreshadowing. What do you call that? When an object is foreshadowing something, not foreshadowing, but an object is foreshadowing something. in a story. It's called I feel like it's called like a fallacy or something. Not a symbol or token, but like an omen? Red herring? I don't think it's a red herring either. What the fuck? Wait a second. Did this song just use somebody hitting a bowl as part of the instrumentals? Excuse me? Excuse me? Your opponent cannot target face-up dragon monsters you control for attacks. If this card on the field will be destroyed by battle or card effects, you can send one dragon type monster from your hands to the graveyard instead. Lady of D. I think we could actually add this card. Because we can actually use that. Lady of D. We're not going to use that. Not using vampire cards. We don't use water types like that in this deck.
Dirt Monkey 000
Also not number cards.
said, did you do anything else to the base? Haven't been on?
No. Just completed like some missions and shit. Checked out what was going on in the Deep Desert. See how many people were playing in the Deep Desert. And that was about it. There's nothing else needed to do to the base outside of, you know, getting the mats and stuff for MK6 equipment, which we would need to go into the Deep Desert for. Now my buddy Justin had actually got on. However, as per usual,
Dirt Monkey 000 said, was it empty?
the Deep Desert. No, there was some people in there. There was a couple people in there. I was asking for numbers and shit. They were like, yeah, it's probably maybe like 14 people or so in the Deep Desert. I don't know if they meant directly at that time or just in a general sense, because I think it's just that Deep Desert is connected of all the CHs in that specific world CH. But my boy did get on. However, as per usual, he refused to join the server that I was in. Because there was nobody in the server, because he hates PvP. He hated the PvP aspect of Dune or being forced to play PvP. But now that we're in a server with no niggas,
Dirt Monkey 000
he wants to be around niggas.
said, I'm in the server.
Yeah, I'm not getting on. I'm not getting on Dune today, probably. But I wanted to replicate the base and copy it to a different server, or to the server that he was in, the actual popular server. However, for some reason, Funcom,
Dirt
it makes
Monkey
you wait a week.
000 said, oh no, I'm not on, I meant I'm in that server.
I don't know what you mean by that. But however, you have to wait a week to copy your base for some reason, or back up your base. So I can't back up the base till like Tuesday.
Said, sorry, I'm confusing you.
Yeah, I can't back up the base until like Tuesday. So I told him we can actually play together like Tuesday and then on after, whatever. Because I was not
Dirt
transferring my
Monkey
character.
000 said, I meant me and you are in the server.
Yes, me and you are in the same server. This is true. I'm not transferring my character over to a server without my mats and stuff. He transferred his character over, and the rewards they give you, you know, for returning back to the game, he wasn't able to keep by transferring to a different server. So even if he had built a base in the other server and then, you know, placed all his mats or whatever, he wouldn't have been able to take this shit with him when he transferred over. So besides, you have to dismantle your vehicles in XYZ before you can transfer your character to another server. So you can only transfer a character once a week. So I'll once Tuesday comes around or whatever, if he actually is going to play Dune, if he's actually going to play Dune.
DirtMonkey000 said you only take what's in your inventory.
Yeah, you take what's in your inventory and whatever's in your backup tool. If you put everything in your base, everything comes with you. So if you break down your vehicles, dismantle your vehicles, put them inside your base, everything will go with you, including, I think, what's in your bank. But like I said, I'll wait until Tuesday or whatever when my time frame is up to actually be able to back up the base. Once I can do that, then if he is actually going to be playing, then I'll transfer it over and then have you transfer on over if you know, want to join a more popular server, of course, so we can play together.
DirtMonkey000 said okay.
Yeah, but outside of that,
DirtMonkey000 said I don't do PvP.
yeah, I don't do PvP either. He just wanted to be around other motherfuckers. I don't understand why he wants to do that shit anyway, because people have complained. People have complained about having to interact in PvP aspects of the game, you know, versus just the general
said it for our dicks.
Yeah, other motherfuckers do act like dicks. However, when I was in the deep desert last night, the people I did speak to were pretty cool. However, you know, when you go in a deep desert, you definitely need more than one person. I mean, it needs to be more than just you when you go into a deep desert, especially when you only have MK5 equipment, because that shit is not strong enough to kill the fucking NPCs, the general NPCs. And then I think they buffed, if I remember correctly, they had buffed the regular NPCs along with the new ones. So, but I needed to complete something for like my for the DLC 2 stuff, and then like I just went around to like a couple down ships or whatever, collect some random mats and shit, and then I got back off. I wasn't gonna be playing all that shit. Hey, look, I remember this card.
DirtMonkey000 said I could ask if Head want to join Privat. You could bring your boy up to y'all though.
What? Well, if we join your server, I don't even think we can transfer to that server. And then also, once again, he's not going to be playing on fucking... I have 2 of these cards. I already have this card? What? Nani? He's not going to play
said I don't think you can.
Yeah, he's not going to play... What am I trying to say? He's not going to play on a less popular server. I don't know why, but you know, he just wants to be around motherfuckers, even though we're not going to be interacting with motherfuckers like that anyway. But you know, to each his own. Sometimes it's more stress trying to get somebody to play that you know versus just playing with some non-niggas you don't know type shit. But yeah, that's that type shit.
Said yup.
Yep. So we'll see how it goes. Depending on if he actually shows up, maybe then I'll be actually, I'm gonna take out one of these Ash Blossoms because I don't need 2 Ash Blossoms. Depending on if he actually starts playing, then maybe then we'll transfer stuff over. If not, I'm not gonna be transferring shit over. I'm not gonna stress about playing with somebody who's not really getting on the game and doing all this extra shit. Because I'm just trying to see the DLC, the story mode shit, you know, finish up chapter 2, work on chapter 3. I'm not really stressed about playing against PvP niggas, because by the time I'm ready to do that, I'm probably gonna not be playing that much. Like shit. Let's be realistic. Come on now. I'm in it for the base building and the world building. However, you know, if only...
Dirt Monkey 000 said yup, and for you joining my serve would be easy to power grind you through, got a thopter you can use.
Nicer. Yeah. And yeah. I'm just trying to play with niggas. You know what I'm saying? When you got a party, when you got people you actually playing with, you know, the game is different. You know, when you're playing solo dolo, or just only you and one other person, you know, you worried about PvP niggas. If I got a whole squad, we can worry about PvP. If I don't have a squad, I'm not worrying about fucking PvP, bruh. I'm not worrying about PvP if there ain't no whole fucking squad, brother. You know what I mean? Also, what did that card do again? You're gonna remove without Trojan, yes.
Dirt
But
Monkey 000 said yup, convinced my boys to come back but got to grind them to catch up.
Oh yeah? Well, why do they have to grind to catch up if they were in the server, right? Right? Do they even need to grind to catch up? Or are you just talking about like grind the DLCs and shit?
Dirt Monkey 000 said they were betting in story wise.
Oh, well, that's not a surprise there.
Dirt Monkey 000
A lot of people didn't focus on the story at all. Did not focus on the story at all. There were a lot of people who did not focus on the story at all. Yes, yes, yes. I mean, I guess technically I could have just spawned or summoned Nibiru, but we're not going to summon Nibiru just yet. Bring out my boy, of course. Blue Eyes White Dragon. You got something for this, buddy? I'm sure you've got something for this. Oh, he doesn't have anything for it. Also, hopefully things have finally cooled down a little bit on Yu-Gi-Oh! Because Bama's we're cheesing for the first couple days. That's why we haven't played Yu-Gi-Oh! At all in the last week. But now that we're, what, 9 days out from the new season?
Said join at silent_German_s Discord channel and get ready for some future.
Now that we're 9 days after the new season started, I think we should be fine. Destroy one face-up monster your opponent control says highest defense. You destroying my card, sir? We'll wait on that. You can choose one of my 2 cards if you like. Go ahead and choose Jet Dragon for me. And go ahead. Oh, he didn't choose Jet Dragon. I was hoping he would choose Jet Dragon. Oh, there we go. It's like, don't forget to activate my special card here. Let's go ahead and bring some of my... Go on now. Are you going to do something? Huh? Hey, have your life points. Destroy that card. Oh, you son of a biscuit. But, good sir. Good sir. What did you think was about to happen here? He's also forgotten I can special summon, or I can just normal summon any fucking card from here on out. Good sir. You're about to lose your lifestyle here. Get this shit. Oh. Castle Dark Illusion. Get that shit up out of here. However, I do need to get my true light back. But it's okay. It's okay. As long as he doesn't do any big wild shit in this next turn, we should be okay, I think. I think. Oh, right. Because swords are revealing light. Changes them face up. I don't know why I just did that. To the face, motherfucker! To the face! I should have saved Swords of Concealing Light, because it's not like I could actually do anything with it. Go on and quit. Go ahead and surrender now. I don't think you're going to be doing anything that's... Oh, okay. Okay. Well, of course, we're not going to waste any time. Let's go ahead and end this duel. To the face! He should have just left. Why buddy not leave? Alright, that's one duel. Don't forget I said we're only going to run like 2 duels before we start getting all political in this bitch. Getting all super political in this bitch. I need to figure out what that
Aries Ascending. Said Silent 1168 good game.
Good
Dirt Monkey 000
game.
said they're terrible.
They're terrible. They can't fight back. Wait a second. It said I'm going first. Excuse me. Hold on 1 second. You can activate same card. We'll activate this now. And should we? It has to be a dragon monster, right? To get where's my boy? Tyrant Dragon. It's one dragon monster. Okay. So what are we going to do here? I don't like our odds here for any of these cards, but you know, we'll try our best to make it work. I hate going first. But he just wants to see what we're going to do, and I respect it. I think we'll actually just go straight with... Exactly. No, you'll need to attack my card to get rid of it. You son of a biscuit. Let me see if I can find that post that talked about that bill I was looking at. This doesn't look like any of this stuff. send this? His HR bill, I feel like it's like 679 or some shit. Did your boy get on and play some Dune with you on the server? Or did he only get on and give you permissions at all? And that's all he did.
Dirt Monkey 000 said was, but I passed out yesterday.
Oh, okay. Oh, look, it's my turn. Wow, can you believe that? Wait a second. Any monster sent to the graveyard should be banished instead. We gotta get that fucking shit out of here. Go ahead and banish that. Go ahead and get Jet Dragon. Go ahead and summon Jet Dragon, you know what I'm saying? Because we can OC it right here. Should I? If I do that, I won't have. Whatchamacallit? They all went to the banish zone. I'm just gonna attack him, honestly. We'll attack him again, of course. Is that Toon World? It is Toon World. I love to see it. Should we XYZ summon whatchamacallit? We can't attack directly if we do that. But also, we'll be able to stop this bullshit that Buddy's got going on of banishing our cards. Activate our effect. We'll detach Jet Dragon, of course. We'll get our blue eyes back, of course. Boom, bada bing. Bing, bada boom. Shut all this shit down. You ain't using none of this fucking shit. I mean, I guess technically speaking, I could have just used that first and then attacked him, but it's all good. It's all good. He's going to have to get rid of these cards anyway to activate any of these effects. So, or to reactivate any of those effects. So he should either surrender now or get the fuck out of here. Because this is our duel. Was that yesterday or was it the day before? I really don't know.
Dirt Monkey 000 said taking their sweet time. Hot damn.
But that's what I'm saying. I just either play some cards or don't play some cards. Bro, you know damn Skippy you can't activate shit, bro. Like, come on now, bro. Come on now, governor. You know what I'm saying? We not letting that shit happen, buddy. We not letting that shit happen. Yeah, it was a good thing he put that in defense because he knew he was about to catch that L. Activate this right now. Mm-hmm. Go ahead, use Roar the Blue Eyes, yep. Go ahead, get another Blue Eyes out. Mm-hmm. Yes, let me draw a card. Ooh, a Monster Reborn. I'd love to see that. Activate my special effect. I don't need to send that card to the graveyard. Oh shit, I forgot that other card needs to go from the field to the graveyard. You dumbass. Whoops. It's all good. This match is over anyway. Thank you. Thank you. Because I was about to do some dickhead shit. Just to get you the fuck up out of here. Alright. I said 2 matches, but you know, I feel like that wasn't enough carnage.
Aries
We'll do
ascending.
one more. One more.
1168 Nisu.
One more while I try to figure out what the hell this build is called.
Dirt Monkey
And of
000
course-
said he said this gut ain't FING around.
This guy is not fucking around. Oh, here it is. Ah, yeah. See, it was HR Bill 867. What did I say? HR 679? I think that's what I said. It's 867. Okay. 867. That's what we needed. Up. Is that what I think that is? Is that what I think that is? I know
Aries
that's not what
ascending.
I think that is.
Said 5 matches later will actually be your last match. Face with tears of joy. Face with tears of joy.
Shut up, Aries Chan. Shut up. You don't know what you're talking about. Oh. Actually, I think we should have made that one our last match. This fucking cunt is bringing out this fucking Draco Tail deck. See, this is what happens when you don't stick to your guns, you know? And I'm not talking about your 2A guns. I'm talking about your words. Because this fucking asshole is bringing this fucking whack. This fucking card is so fucking annoying. I honestly think this card needs to be on the forbidden list. I know this shit just came out recently, but this card needs to be on the forbidden list. And it needs to be limited to like 1 card. Because when a nigga has 2
Dirt
of
Monkey
these,
000
oh my fucking goodness.
said, but really Fina Ely a real opponent.
I don't even know if you would call this a real opponent. This shit is annoying. It's not even like you can bear. He's intertwining Dragon Maid cards in here. Oh, this is actually going to be annoying. We may actually end up leaving this match. This is what I'm talking about. This is what I'm talking about. He's going to bring that same fucking card back. Watch. He's going to have 2 of these. Oh. He's going to do it on our turn. He's going to do it on our turn. He realized he was making us draw too many fucking cards. Let's go ahead and get this guy out here to start things off. This fucking guy, man. This fucking guy. Can you believe this fucking guy, man? Can you believe this guy? Come on now. Either do something or do something. Shake a leg or do something. I don't think he's shaking a leg right now. I think he's trying to do something. Bro. Shake a leg right now. Shake that thing. Da-da-da-da, shake that thing. Da-da-da-da, shake that thing. Now get busy. Now shake that booty. Why didn't you do that? Why didn't you do that a second ago when I used the effect? So you could have negated me getting the extra attack power. Which would have been the smart thing to do, in my opinion. But who am I? Just some guy. Can I bring this card out, actually? Is that a... That's an 8-star card, right? I only need...
Dirt Monkey 000
Let's see what happens.
said SPN would say they're stupid.
They're stupid. And they're poor. Well, actually, I don't even know if they're poor. I don't even know if we can say they're poor. Here we go. Fuck this guy. Now we're going to show him how it's done. Okay. Okay. Fuck this guy. Into the fucking face, you asshole. Can't even use this fucking trap card right now anyway. Yeah, let's make... That's what we gotta do. We gotta start using Monster Reborn to get that fucking guy up out of here. Even though he can probably have 3 of them in his deck, because I think it doesn't have any... It's not limited right now at all. And if you control a monster, you can future summon. You don't control no fucking monsters. So that's very good. That's very good right now, actually. He controls no fucking monsters. How the fuck can you still do this? Oh, wait. Then if if your opponent controls a monster, you fucking dickhead. My bad, I overlooked that writing. You can target. Huh? Huh? Nani? This fucking guy, bro. This fucking guy, I tell you, bruh. This fucking guy, brother. This fucking guy. Fuck that guy. Actually, would it have been better for us to... Wait, what? Wait, what? Would it have been better for us to actually not have XYZ summoned at the time? I think it may have actually been better if we didn't XYZ summon. I could be wrong. Dude, you're making us wait around for nothing. You're not activating any fucking effects, you fucking asshole. No. I should be able to activate my special effect. This fucking guy, brother. This fucking guy. You only stopped one effect, though. Not two. Wow, look at this fucking guy. What a dickhead. What a dickhead. We can't attack, so I guess we'll just end our turn. Oh, he didn't have the other one still in. Okay, so he must have returned the other one to his deck earlier. Win rate 54%. Oh my fucking goodness, bro. Oh my fucking goodness, brother. Oh my fucking goodness. Did you just get the same card? No, it's not the same card. Bro. I hate this Dracotail deck. All the fucking cards say you can discard this from your fucking hand. Oh. You can discard this from your fucking hand and fusion summon or some shit as a quick effect. But I think to the face, motherfucker. He couldn't handle the truth. You can't handle the truth. Well, before we decide to catch an L, let's go ahead and leave. Let's leave. You know what's also crazy is we never got to use that card we just added to the deck.
Aries
It's
ascending.
been saying an event is coming soon for
Said
like the last 10
Silent
days.
1168. Good game.
Good fucking game. We were concerned for nothing. We beat that son of a bitch. Beat the fucking bricks off of him. Next time he shows up with that shit, he'll know. New gates are coming. What the fuck? I don't know what that has to do with anything. Okay. Let me use the restroom right quick. But as you can see, we have a shit ton of tabs open of random legislation from last week that we thought may be of some interest for the peoples. This is all fucking last week. These are all bills that were introduced last week, except for this fucking ego anti-boycott act. And this fucking act is fucking outrageous. But we will be right back. I'll take a quick leap. And, woo! Woo! I'm sorry, Aries Chung. I'm sorry, I meant to turn my mic off for that. But we will be right back. Give me like a moment, give me like 2 minutes. And we'll be right back after these commercial breaks like shit. We should run some ads, but it doesn't matter. They'll run themselves, of course.
almost as easy.
All right, I have returned. I have returned. Tadaima. Tadaima.
Aries ascending. Said Okire.
Alrighty. Alrighty. Which actually is even crazier because, unfortunately, sorry, Aries.
Silent German. Said Okari.
Okaidi. Which is definitely not what it sounds like. I mean, if you break it down, I guess it's Okaidi. Okaidi, but it's definitely Okaidi, but
Aries
it's...
ascending. Said I was way off lol.
It's okay. It's not your fault because I also spelled it the same way you did. I have to, like, every time I say it, I have to remember that it's Okaidi, which, like I said, is not what you expect it to be because it's Okaidi. Okaidi, did I say? Alright. I didn't mean to start that app open or start that app up. Whoops. Okay, so we're not gonna go super in depth like we did with the you know, missing tax revenue, you know, shit that we did that one day with the spreadsheet and all. We're not gonna go like that. However, we are just gonna discuss the overview of what these bills cover. Some of the things they may adjust and may not adjust, and you know, the interpretation we have of what these bills could do, right? Good, bad, indifferent, XYZ. So we're gonna start off with this shit because this is the one I've been thinking about for the last day and a half or whatever the fuck. I came across this on Instagram. Somebody was talking about how this bill may actually be one of those you know, not being able to protest Israel bills. Now, we all know how my feelings are about our current day Israel, free Palestine, from the river to the sea, because fuck them genocidal ass Zionists out there. You know what I'm saying? It ain't anti-Semitic to believe humans should live and that we shouldn't be killing people or starting wars that don't exist just because we say so. And also, we shouldn't be sending billions of dollars, as per usual. We should not be sending billions of dollars to another country to support their military so they can wage war on another country and kill off thousands of people and women and children mainly because they want to claim their land and eradicate the people. Nor should we be funding someone else's government to give them free healthcare and XYZ if we can't even do that shit here. If we can't do that shit at home, we should not be supporting anybody else doing that shit. But anywho, like I said, this bill right here, so HR 867, EGO Anti-Boycott Act, right? So EGO is International Government Organization. We're going to get into the nitty-gritty of this bill right away. So this was introduced on the 31st of January, which is about 9 days ago, by a Republican in New York. Now, just off basis, right? You know, there's 24 co-sponsors. Most of them are Republican, with a side note of there are about 3 Democrats from New York, I believe. So we have Gillian from New York. We have Davis from North Carolina. Morell from New York. Moskowitz, I think that's how it's pronounced. Moskowitz from Florida, actually. I'm sorry, not 3 Democrats from New York. We have 1 from New York, 1 from New York, 2 from New York, 2 from New York, and there are some Republicans from New York. So, like I said, there are only, what, 3 Democrats on here? 1, 2, 3? Oh, 4. 4 Democrats. 4 Democrats are co-sponsoring this bill. The other 19 people are Republican. So, you know, we're talking about who co-sponsored, blah, 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 XYZ. Let's actually get into the nitty-gritty of what this actually covers. It's only been introduced, hasn't passed any of parts of Congress yet. However, this bill penalizes U.S. persons. So, quick synopsis. This bill is to update the Anti-Boycott Act of 2018, which in the Anti-Boycott Act of 2018 actually says government organizations, or sorry, foreign countries instead of international government organizations. So, like I said, it's to amend the Anti-Boycott Act of 2018 to apply the provision that the act to international government organizations. So the summary of this bill, based on what they have on here, is this bill will penalize U.S. persons, individuals, or entities that participate in certain boycotts imposed by IGOs, international government organizations. To point this out, what an international government organization is the United Nations, the ICC, the International Criminal Court, and any other institution or organization like that. And we know why some individuals may say this bill is directly correlated with Israel. Because, you know, for some individuals or some entities and their shenanigans that they're doing out in the world, for example, Israel with their genocide of Palestinians and their constant waging of war with other countries, or starting conflicts, or stoking conflicts, I should say, with other countries and trying to wage war with other countries. This bill would essentially penalize people or entities in the US for boycotting those imposed boycotts. So let's say like the ICC, for example, right? You know, put out a warrant for Netanyahu and other individuals of top Israeli government officials, or government positions, you know, including some individuals over in Hamas too, because they didn't just do it for Israel, but you know, we know that Israel is the main perpetrator of the conflict currently. You know, you could also say like the United Nations when it comes to like Iran, or if they say any other international body or something like that, oh, we should, you know, people should be boycotting such entities or their goods or XYZ. What this bill says is that any person or, well, especially for the people, any person or entity, but person specifically, could be fined up to $1 million for boycotting them, and up to imprisonment up to 20 years. So, the bill expands an existing law that prohibits various actions by U.S. persons in relation to boycotts imposed by foreign governments on a country that is friendly to the U.S., hence friendly to the U.S., and not itself the object of a U.S. boycott. Mind you, in the U.S., we have passed legislation in the past year that is against boycotting Israel, especially for entities, like government entities, not just people, but for government entities of boycotting Israel and, you know, other U.S. allies, specifically Israel. So like I said, if it's imposed by foreign governments or foreign government organizations, not just foreign governments, this bill applies those prohibitions to similar boycotts imposed by IGOs. Now, prohibited actions include refusing to do business with companies organized under the laws of the boycotted country, for example, refusing to do business with Stream Elements, for example, because Stream Elements is an Israeli-based company that, you know, does stuff for streams. Of course, they promote, you know, they have obviously stream bots. They also promote, you know, information to streamers to like stream certain games, to get ad revenue, and to get like sponsored, it's like essentially sponsored ads or sponsored gameplay, and, you know, blah, 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 to generate, you know, revenue for the stream, or, you know, get people to play those games, XYZ. Once again, this just an example. If the refusal is pursuant to an agreement with a request from the country or IGO imposing the boycott, furnishing information about whether any person has a business relationship with or in the boycotted country, furnishing information about whether any person has a business relationship with or in the boycotted country, and furnishing information about whether someone is associated with a charitable or fraternal organization that support the boycotted country. So, for example, if the UN said to boycott Israel, for example, then this would be, according to this law, if it were passed, or if this amendment were passed, it would be illegal for people in the U.S. to boycott that, because it is, the UN would be saying to boycott a U.S. friendly country. It's not that it says U.S. enemy or a non-U.S. friendly country. It's perfectly fine to boycott Iran, to boycott North Korea, to boycott, I'm assuming Russia doesn't fall into a list of friendly to the U.S. Let's see here, what else? I mean, I guess it depends on if they're considering ties with Trump as friendly, or if they mean actually the U.S. And then furnishing information about whether someone is associated with charitable or fraternal organizations that support the boycotted country. Criminal penalties with willful violations of this law include fines up to $1 million, like I said earlier. In addition to such fines, individuals may be imprisoned for up to 20 years. Civil penalties may include fines and revocations of export licenses for certain national security related items. So if you have national security for your business, and you decide to boycott one of these U.S. friendlies that another government has imposed a boycott on, you could lose your licenses, be imprisoned, and, be fined $1 million. And that's just for a person. Now, if you're a business, who knows if that's just going to be stopped at $1 million. I feel like that, I guess that may depend on if the business is making a decision, or if the CEO of the business is making that decision. I don't know how that's going to go. The bill also requires the president to annually submit to Congress and make available to the public a report describing those boycotts and listing the foreign countries and IGOs involved in the fostering and imposing of them. So it's saying that the president should have an annual submission to Congress and make it available to a public report describing said boycotts. If the UN says to boycott all of the companies that are based in that country, for example, let's just talk about Russia, because, Russia's always a big conversation. We like to direct ourselves towards Russia, because instead of focusing on our other, another country that is waging genocide, not Russia. Russia's not waging genocide. Russia is, waging war to claim land in another country. But let's, to take off the genocide aspect real quick. If Russia were to be friendly again, if ties with Russia were to become friendly and all that again, then this same thing would apply. And that would say, like, if the UN said, if the US, for example, became friendly with Russia again, in terms of ties and shit, and the UN said, hey, bruh, y'all supposed to be boycotting this country and don't support any of the businesses coming from that country, then the people could be fined. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. And then also that the president is supposed to make a report saying what those boycotts are and listing the foreign countries in which those boycotts are imposed and the IGOs that are involved in fostering or imposing them. So when we look at the actual text of the bill, right, it talks about like just changing, specific wording from by inserting international government organization after foreign country, each place it appears. So when we click on this right here to get to the Anti-Boycott Act of 2018, In that original act, it says Congress declares it is the policy of the United States to oppose restrictive trade practices or boycotts fostered or imposed by any foreign country against other countries friendly to the U.S. or against any United States person. Against other countries friendly to the U.S. or against any United States person. So if they say, hey, bruh, you need to boycott, I don't know, Peter Thiel, for example, and not support anything that Buddy oversees or invests his money into, then it would be considered as only if another country says to do that, you know, and it's not some boycott that somehow the U.S. is agreeing to or allowing, you know, then you could be fined. And also it says to encourage and in specific cases, require the U.S. persons engaged in the export of goods, technology, or other information to refuse to take actions, including furnishing information or entering into or implementing agreements which have effect of furthering or supporting the restrictive trade practices or boycotts fostered or imposed by any foreign country against a country friendly to the U.S. or any United States person. To foster international cooperation and development international rules and institutions to assure reasonable access to world supplies. Now, like I said, some people assume that this bill amendment, you know, is specifically catered around Israel, which, you know, based on the past 2 years in the information people have been, you know, being exposed to, the genocide in Palestine, the war, they say, that they're waging against the Palestinian people. Some could assume that this is in regards to them. Because why wasn't this changed? You know, we're in 2026. This bill was originally, the original Anti-Boycott Act was in 2018. That was about 8 years ago, depending on whenever that act was actually signed into law. Text contains those laws in effect on February 7th. So this was August 13th, 2018. Let's see here. Date of this enactment of this act as continuing an effort pursuant to the International Emergency Economic Powers Act for the Export Administration's regulation. State sponsors of terrorism. Any determination that was made under Section 6 of the Export blah blah of Act of 1979 as in effect of the day before the date of the enactment of this act as continued in blah blah. Oh my goodness. So fucking wordy. This is why people don't read this shit, because it's fucking wordy as fuck. So, at the bottom of that act, it says, for the purpose of implementing the policies set forth in Section 1772, which is, you know, what we talked about before. Not the amendment, but just the original act that we talked about on the other page. The president shall issue regulations prohibiting any United States person, with respect to that person's activities in the interstate or foreign commerce of the United States, from taking or knowingly agreeing to take any of the following actions with intent to comply with, further, or support any boycott fostered or imposed by any of the foreign country against a country which is friendly to the U.S. Now, mind you, this is now going to say, after, well, if this gets approved, it will say, by any foreign country or international organization. refusing or requiring any other person to refuse to do business with or in the boycotted country, with any business concern organized under the laws of the boycotted country, with any national resident of the boycotted country, or with any other person pursuant to an agreement with, a requirement of, or a request from or on behalf of the boycotting country. The mere absence of a business relationship with or in the boycotted country, with any business concern organized under the laws of the boycotted country, with any national or resident of the boycotted country, or with any other person, does not indicate the existence of the intent required to establish a violation of the regulations issued to carry out this subparagraph. Refusing or requiring any other person to refuse to employ or otherwise discriminating against any United States person on the basis of race, religion, sex, or national origin of that person, or blah, owner, officer, director, employment of such person, furnishing information with respect to the race, blah, blah, race, religion, sex, or national origin of the United States person, of any owner, blah, blah. Furnish information about whether any person has or had proposes to have any business relationship with, including a relationship by way of sale, purchase, legal or commercial representation, shipping or other transfer, insurance, investment, or supply with or in the boycotted country, with any business concern organized under the laws of the boycotted country, with any national or resident of the boycotted country, or with any other person which is known or believed to be restricted from having any business relationship with or in the boycotted country. Nothing in this subparagraph shall prohibit the furnishing of normal business information in a commercial context as defined by the Secretary. Furnishing information about whether any person is a member or has made contributions to or is otherwise associated with or involved in the activities of any charitable or fraternal organization which supports the boycotted country. Paying, honoring, confirming, or otherwise implementing a letter of credit which contains any condition or requirement compliance with which is prohibited by regulations issued pursuant to this paragraph. United States shall, as a result of the application of this paragraph, be obligated to pay or otherwise honor or implement such letter of credit. Let's see here. Prohibiting the shipment of goods, sale of goods to the boycotted country. Yeah. So, like I said, this essentially says it would be illegal to boycott a country if another government organization, like the UN, for example, or the ICC, says you should boycott that country, or if another international government organization says it, you know, that you should boycott it in the US, in the international government organization says it about a country that is a US friendly, US ally, then it will be illegal to do so, whether you're a person or a business. And if you have clearance, security clearance, they'll probably be revoked because of that. So this was, like I said, introduced 9 days ago. Hasn't made it past anything yet, but you know, you never know how that's going to go. It's been referred to the committee, but usually when it's been referred to the committee, it usually jumps back right away. We'll keep an eye on this. We're definitely going to be keeping an eye on this one. We're going to move this to the forefront because we're done talking about that. Stop it. God damn it. So, another bill recently introduced on the 3rd, so about 5 days ago, by a Republican from Wisconsin. Stop Insider Trading Act, HR Bill 7008. There's no summary just yet. However, it's to amend Chapter 131 of Title V to require certain restrictions on stocks for members of Congress and their spouses and dependents and for other purposes. Now, there are 93 co-sponsors. Most of them I said most, but it's looking like all. And we have some from Maryland here. Mr. Harris from Maryland, Republican, of course. It looks like... Oh, now we finally have a Democrat. Riley from New York. that the only Democrat we're coming across? That was the only Democrat. Oh, nope, I'm wrong. Democrat from Hawaii. Case from Hawaii. Out of 93 people who have co-sponsored this bill, there are 2 Democrats. Mind you, we're not doing this based on party lines, of course. We're not doing this based on party lines, but we're just pointing out who's co-sponsoring this bills. It's been placed on the calendar. This bill has been amended once already. And it was amended based on yeas and nays. It was approved to go past with the amendments based on the Committee on House Administration. So, like I said, it's to restrict on stocks for members of Congress and their spouses and dependents and for other purposes. Now, let's see what specifically it says, because why are there not Democrats on this co-sponsoring this bill like that? Because realistically speaking, all members of Congress should be restricted. Their spouses and their dependents should be restricted from insider trading, because we know what insider trading is. If it's illegal for civilians to do insider trading, it should be illegal for government employees to do insider trading, especially since some of these government employees are lobbied by these same individuals or same institutions and are getting these insider trading and being able to do shenanigans, that shouldn't be allowed to do. Let's see here. Any other fund that will be accepted investment fund, but for the fact that the fund does not meet the diversification requirements solely because the fund is concentrated in the U.S., the state, territory, or district of residence of the covered individual who owns the fund, an interest in small business concerned, investment held in a trust if no covered individual has any authority of the trust. To require certain restrictions on stocks for members of Congress and their spouses. Let's see here. Shall be withdrawn whether the currency filed it prior to the close of expiration of notice. Restrictions on covered investments. No covered individual may purchase a covered investment. No covered individual shall sell a covered investment unless a notice of intent to sell the covered investment is made by the member of Congress and publicly disclosed at least 7 calendar days and no more than 14 days prior to the sale in accordance with the requirement of the subsection. The notice under paragraph 1 shall be withdrawn by the member of Congress who filed it prior to the close of the expiration of the notice, if the covered individual determines not to sell the covered asset. A member of Congress shall file notice under paragraph 1 for each intended sale by the member or the spouse or dependent child or member of. The clerk of the House of Representatives, in the case of the representatives in Congress, a delegate to Congress, or the resident commissioner from Puerto Rico, the Secretary of the Senate, in the case of a senator, and the withdrawal under paragraph 3 shall upon receipt be made publicly available on a website controlled by the clerk of the House of Representatives or the Secretary of the Senate as applicable. The only exceptions shall be the requirement of subsection shall not apply to a spouse or dependent of a child of a member of Congress with respect to a transaction in a covered investment which is on behalf or for the benefit of any person other than the covered individual, made as part of a compensation from an employer, of such individual or in furtherance of a fiduciary or occupational obligations of such individual. Other requirements of subsection shall not apply to a covered individual with respect to a transaction in a covered investment made for the purpose of reinvesting dividends received from such covered investment. For any individual who violates the restrictions in this section with respect to a covered investment shall, at the direction of the supervising ethics office, incur a fee, as calculated in subsection B, to be paid by the member of Congress who caused the violation and is the spouse or parent of a covered individual who caused the violations. In the case of a purchased or covered investment, he required to sell a covered investment purchased in violation. Calculations of fees, $2,000 or 10% of the value of the transaction in the covered investment, whichever is greater. So let's say they make a transaction and they're going to get about $100,000. $2,000 is not for 10%. It's going to be $10,000. But if it's only a $10,000 investment, if they get a $10,000 trade, they're still going to spend $2,000, which is 20%. But it's their own fault because they shouldn't be doing anti-trader in the first place. The net gain realized, if any, from the covered investment during the period beginning on the most recent date on which the individual becomes a covered individual and ending on the date of disposition of the covered investment as determined by the Supervising Ethics Committee. Payment restrictions. A member of Congress may not pay any of the fees under this section by using amounts from the following sources: the member's representative allowance, the senator office personal and office expense account, any contribution of the Federal Election Campaign Act of 71 accepted as a candidate, or any other donation received as support for activities of the individual as a holder of the federal office. Upon the assessment of a fee under this section, the Supervising Ethics Office has the authority to refer a member of Congress to the Department of Justice in the same manner, in the same extent as a violation under section 13106 if such member of Congress resigns or retires before paying such assessed fee. So if they try to retire or resign before they pay their fees, they're getting referred to the DOJ. Each supervising ethics office may issue interpretive guidance on the subchapter, and issuing of such guidance may consider mitigating or aggravating circumstances. If this bill were passed, the amendments made by this act shall take effect on the date that is 100 days after the enactment of this act. So that's about 6 months later. Like I said, this is HR 708, stop insider trading, but there are only 2 Democratic co-sponsors, and that should make you wonder about why there are only 2 Democratic co-sponsors and not more, if 91% of the co-sponsors are Republican. Moving on. So, Fletcher from Texas, on 2/5, which was 3 days ago, introduced HR Bill 7392 to impose a hiring freeze on the U.S. ICE and for other purposes. Oh, they didn't release the information on this yet. And obviously the co-sponsors are all Democrat, of course, you know, which honestly there should be some Republicans on here, because there have been some Republicans who have spoken up about ICE's intentions and their use of force and tactics that they have been utilizing. So, but we're gonna keep moving on. Senate Bill 1809, Drone Espionage Act, which was introduced 3 days ago by Moody from Florida, to amend Title 18 of the United States Code to prohibit taking or transmitting video of defense information and for other purposes. To amend by inserting video after photographic negative for each place such term. Can I access the original bill that this is referencing? Why do we not have the bill for me to access? Sometimes they have the hyperlinks for the bill that they're trying to amend to add these things. Title 18. I mean, I guess we could look up Title 18. I don't know if this... This is from 95. I think this is just something else also. Okay, let's go back. Moving on. Safe Cloud Storage Act, Senate Bill 3023. Pushed by Blackburn from Tennessee. This was also introduced 3 days ago. Still waiting on a summary, but let's see here. So, to limit the liability for certain entities storing child sexual abuse, material for law enforcement agencies and for other purposes. Let's see here. This Title II of the Protect Our Children's Act of 2008 is amended by inserting after Section 201 the following: modernizing law enforcement's ability to store child pornography and child obscenity in limited liability for approved vendors. The term approved vendor means an organization or corporation or entity offers digital storage services, including remote or cloud-based storage and analytical forensic tool processing support, has been contractually retained and designated by law enforcement or prosecutorial agency based in the U.S. to support the duties of such agency by storing digital child pornography or child obscenity, making such child pornography or child obscenity available to the contracting agency or any law enforcement or prosecutorial agency designated by the contracting agency upon request, and providing maintenance, technical, and analytical assistance in forensic tool processing support upon request by the contracting agency. Limited liability for law enforcement approved vendors, except as provided in paragraph 2. A civilian claim or criminal charge may not be brought in any federal or state court against an approved vendor relating to the approved vendor's performance of any contractual obligation or service described in subsection A1. Intentions, reckless, or other misconduct. A civil claim or criminal charge may be brought in any federal or state court against any approved vendor if the approved vendor engaged in intentional misconduct, negligent conduct, acted or failed to act with actual malice, with reckless disregard to a substantial risk of causing injury without legal justification, for a purpose unrelated to the performance of any responsibility or function described in subsection. Vendor cybersecurity requirements with respect to any visual depicted stored and available for analysis in the cloud storage service of an approved vendor and pursuant to the duties of law enforcement investigation of the sexual exploitation of children Improved vendors shall secure such visual depiction in a manner that is consistent with the most recent version of the cybersecurity framework developed by the National Institute of Standards and Technology or any successor thereto. Only access the visual depictions upon consent of the law enforcement or prosecutorial agency contracting the service and for the purpose of providing maintenance, technical assistance, and forensic tool processing support in the cloud, minimizing the number of employees that may be able to obtain access to such visual depiction, because I was wondering about this the whole fucking time. Employ end-to-end encryption. Yes, this is the next thing I was wondering. End-to-end encryption for data storage and transfer functions in an equivalent technological standard. Undergo an independent annual cybersecurity audit to determine whether such visual depiction is secured as required underneath paragraph 1. Promptly address all issues identified by audit described in paragraph. The only problem, I see what they're trying to do here. The problem I have with this whole bill is that cloud storage, for example, can be hacked. And would you want data that revolves around child pornography or child exploitation, photography, video feeds, all that, whatever, that is being utilized by government agencies or law enforcement to be stored in the cloud? Since we know that our government uses things like AWS, in Microsoft, is it Microsoft Azure? Is that the correct name? Their cloud storage? Do we really want those entities to have this information stored on their devices? Now, it did say end-to-end encryption. It should go underneath a cybersecurity audit by an outside source. Minimize the amount of employees that may be able to obtain access to this. Make sure the depictions and visualizations are consistent with law enforcement or prosecutorial agencies. Let's see here. Any agency or law enforcement, prosecutorial agency or law enforcement that stores evidence of the child pornography or child obscenity using cloud-based or remote storage services shall retain such evidence in compliance with the security policy of the Criminal Justice Information Service, the FBI, for a period consistent with the evidence retention requirements applicable to the investigating or prosecuting agency under relevant federal, state, or local law, rule of criminal procedure, or prosecutorial policy. In the absence of such law, rule, or policy for a period not less than the applicable statute of limitations or the duration of sentence imposed, including the period of post-conviction review. Each approved vendor shall ensure that cloud-based storage analytics of child pornography and child obscenity under this section remains in the United States. Yeah, because this shit should not be fucking being exported to a cloud storage device in another country. Notification letter. Approved vendors shall file a notification letter with the Department of Justice not later than 30 days after entering a contract described in subsection 1. Breach of contract. If a law enforcement or prosecutorial agency fails to make required payment under a contract, breaches any material term of such contract, or otherwise terminates such contract without establishing lawful transfer of the evidence, the approved vendor shall, not later than 30 days after the failure, breach, termination, notify the DOJ, or in the case of the state or local agency, the appropriate state attorney general. Maintenance of evidence. Upon making a notification under subparagraph A, the approved vendor shall continue to preserve and maintain the integrity of the evidence until a lawful transfer of custody occurs to the Department of Justice or another federal, state, or local law enforcement agency with jurisdiction. Okay, moving on to the next bill. Also, who co-sponsored this? A couple Democrats and a couple Republicans. Interesting. Okay, we'll be going. All right, Senate Bill 3782, a bill to provide a civil remedy for individuals harmed by sanctuary jurisdictions policies to create or enhance penalties for murder and assault committed against law enforcement officers or for other purposes. There hasn't been any information received about this. Republican from North Carolina with no co-sponsors. Okay. There was also a Senate Bill 3788 to amend the Federal Food, Drug, and Cosmetic Act to require drug labeling to include original manufacturer and supply chain information. This was pushed by Scott Rick of Florida. Gillibrand from New York, co-sponsored. It's from Alabama and Wisconsin. There hasn't been any information been released about this yet. Now, there's been a couple amendments regarding the Federal Food, Drug, and Cosmetic Act. I saw about 3 different things for that when scrolling through some of the amendments that were introduced last week. Senate Bill, actually, hold on a second. Let me go to the next one. Senate Bill 3797, it was another bill to amend the Federal Food, Drug, and Cosmetic Act to establish new prohibited acts relating to dietary supplements. I don't think I grabbed the information for the third bill that requested an amendment, but once again, we don't have any information regarding this. This was presented by Durbin from Illinois, with a co-sponsored by one Democrat from Connecticut. Let me make sure I go back to these just to make sure. Okay, so Senate Bill 3795, a bill to establish the Radar Next program for other purposes. I don't know what this is. I was hoping to find some information regarding this. I'm assuming Radar Next program has to do with something about speeds is the only thing, but I can't fully determine or not. Presented by Cantwell from Washington, and then Mr. Budd from North Carolina was the only co-sponsor. Let's see here. Senate Resolution 597, a resolution providing for the authority to initiate litigation for actions by the President and the DOJ officials inconsistent with their duties under the laws of the United States. Let's see here. This was introduced back on 2.5. I didn't say that when some of these things were introduced for the last like 5 bills. I just realized this has co-sponsors by only Democrats. Oh, look, we have a Marylander in there, Mr. Van Hollen. Very good. This is a Senate bill. How come Ms. Alsobrooks didn't also co-sponsor this? Why aren't there more Democrats on this, actually? This was introduced 3 days ago. Maybe they didn't have enough time. I don't know. This was presented by Schumer. Let's see here. Let's see what's going on here. Providing for the authority to initiate litigation for actions by the President and the DOJ officials inconsistent with their duties under the laws of the United States. Whereas Public Law 11938, the Epstein Files Transparency Act, referred to in this resolution as the Act, was passed with overwhelming bipartisan support in both the Senate and House of Representatives. With their vote, every U.S. senator and 427 bipartisan House members sent a clear and simple message: release all the Epstein files. Where the act required the release of all records, documents, communications, investigation materials in a searchable and downloadable format by December 19th. Whereas the act provided for limited, narrowly tailored grounds for withholding or redacting information made public in compliance with the law. Whereas on the December 19th, Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche said the Justice Department will release an initial but not complete portion of the Epstein files, which would include several 100,000 documents from Epstein investigative files. Whereas the act provides no exception to meeting the deadline, whereas the DOJ released only 12,285 documents, representing less than 1%. This is less than 1%. You're telling me 12,000 documents is less than 1% of the total files in the department's possession between December 19th and December 22nd? Whereas the Department of Justice sought to inflate the total number of documents released. Whereas on its website, the DOJ had also posted on other Epstein-related material, which was already made public before enactment of the act, including records previously produced under the Freedom of Information Act, the July Maxwell interview, the Bureau of Prison footage of Epstein's jail cell on the night of his death, prior DOJ Office of Professional Responsibility and Officer of Inspector General reports and statements, and a link to the website of the Committee on Oversight of the House of Representatives. Whereas the DOJ announced on December 24th that it had apparently discovered over 1 million additional, apparently discovered over 1 million additional documents, and that the department was reviewing over 5 million pages, which would take several weeks to review and release to the public. So if you're saying that you apparently discovered over 1 million more documents and that you were already reviewing over 5 million, you were supposed to release all of the documents, which explains why 12,000 documents is less than 1%. Let's keep going. Whereas the DOJ released another production of files on January 30th, which is over a month, a little bit of a month and then a week, almost 2 weeks, a month and a half after they were supposed to release all documents, which it represented as a final production of Epstein files. Whereas the DOJ announced it would release 3 million pages, which was half of the 6 million pages it acknowledged collecting, yet it released fewer than 2.7 million pages, falling materially short of its stated production. Whereas the released documents were extensively redacted, not in compliance with the limited scope of redaction permitted in the Act, and whereas the released material improperly disclosed Epstein survivor information, whereas the released material improperly disclosed Epstein survivor information, while in other instances, withholding or redacting information concerned Epstein co-conspirators, enablers from disclosure. Now therefore be it resolved that the majority leader of the Senate shall initiate or intervene in one or more civil actions in the name of the Senate in a federal court of competent jurisdictions to seek appropriate relief regarding the failure of the DOJ to act in a manner consistent with the Public Law 111938, the Epstein Files Transparency Act. The majority leader of the Senate shall notify the Senate when the body initiates or intervenes in a civil action pursuant to this resolution, and the office of the Senate legal counsel or any other counsel designated at the direction of the majority leader of the Senate, following consultation with the minority leader of the Senate, shall represent the Senate in any civil action initiated or in which the Senate intervenes pursuant to this resolution. Any counsel or designated is authorized to designate funds for such representation approved by the majority leader of the Senate out of the miscellaneous line item appropriations. They said they would release 3 million and still fell short of their 3 million. The DOJ said they were going to release 3 million pages and they released less than 2.7 million when they had 6 million pages. These motherfuckers, bruh. I know we've come across some of this information. I know some of y'all have probably come across some of this information, through Instagram and all that recently, but the fact that there are only Democrats who have co-sponsored this bill shows how much the Republicans aren't concerned. If there were that many Republicans who co-sponsored the Transparency Act, the Epstein Files Transparency Act, which, based on this writing, said both the Senate and the House of Representatives, with their vote, every United States senator and 427 bipartisan House members sent a clear and simple message: release all the files. Why are there not more co-sponsors? I know this was introduced 3 days ago, But why were there not more co-sponsors? If there were that many people who signed off saying that they should release all the files, then there should be every single one of them as a co-sponsor. Right or wrong? Right or wrong? All right, moving on to the next thing. Senate resolution, which was also introduced on 2.5 by Ms. Warner from Massachusetts. Senate Resolution 598, a resolution condemning and calling for the reversal of President Trump's decision to allow the export of advanced artificial intelligence chips to the UAE, despite significant risks to national security, in just months after the UAE signed a secret $500 million deal to buy close to a majority stake in the Trump family crypto company, World Liberty Financial. Condemning and calling for the reversal of President Trump's decision. There's only 3 co-sponsors to this. One from Maryland, Van Hollen from Maryland, one from Jersey, and one from, is that Minnesota? Is MI Minnesota? Oh, Michigan. Whoops. MI is Michigan? That throws me off. Okay. Why are there only 3 co-sponsors to this? If they really wanted to be, I really do get, like, you know what I'm saying, some of these people are busy, you know, they're developing their own bills, they're co-sponsoring other bills, maybe they haven't seen some of these things, but honestly, come on now. I'm able to read these things. These are one-page liners. I get it, you might be busy, but these niggas are working regular hours. Actually, some of the days they're working less than regular hours, because I think one of the days they were only in session for like 6 hours and they had like a 2-hour break and then they went home. So if you're in session and there's all this happening and you have these aides, all of them have aides, you know, not aides as in, you know, whatchamacallit, of course, but like aides as in legal aides or, you know, office aides or whatever, and however many that is being paid to support them. Why, not just this bill, but why are there not more co-sponsors? I feel like our government is super disorganized in many different ways. Let's see here. Whereas 4 days before the inauguration of Mr. Trump in 2025, officials representing some companies, the top security official at the UAE, who is often referred to as a spy sheik, I think that's how it's pronounced, reportedly signed a $500 million deal to purchase 49% of the Trump's family crypto company, World Liberty Financial. So they signed a deal to purchase almost half of the crypto company. Whereas part of an initial $250 million investment of the Tanung, I don't know how to pronounce that. I don't know if I'm saying that correctly. Tanung-backed company making the purchase reportedly directed payment of $187 million to Trump family entities, whereas another $31 million was reportedly directed to flow to entities connected to the family of Steve Witkoff, who was co-founder of World Liberty Financial and who serves as President Trump's special envoy to the Middle East. Once again, cutting backdoor deals. We already know this was happening, but once again, cutting backdoor deals, filling pockets, not taking care of the people. After the deal was signed, Trump's administration approved the sale of advanced artificial intelligence chips to the UAE, despite long-standing concerns about the country's ties to the People's Republic of China and the risk that advanced chips would be diverted there and jeopardize the national security of the U.S. Whereas the People's Republic of China is seeking advanced artificial chips from the U.S. to enhance the lethality of its military and to supplement the United States as a global leader in technology. Where the risks to national security posed by Trump's decision and the serious corruption underlying those decisions must be condemned and addressed immediately. Now, therefore, be it. But the Senate condemns Trump's decision to allow the sale of advanced artificial intelligence and calls for the reversal of that decision. The question is, had they already started receiving the artificial intelligence chips? Have they started? Based on this writing, I'm assuming they haven't started receiving it. But when do they start receiving that? All right, and then we also have one more piece of legislation that we're going to bring up. Senate Resolution 600, a resolution recognizing January 2026 as National Mentoring Month. This was introduced by White House from Rhode Island. Co-sponsors are, looks like a couple Republicans and some Democrats. Are there any Marylanders on here? Van Hollen, of course. Where is Alsobrooks? What's been going on with her? Why do I keep seeing Van Hollen, but I haven't seen Alsobrooks on any of these things? She may be doing other stuff, but I don't see any co-sponsors as of anything related lately. Like I said, this is it's gonna recognize January 2026 as National Mentoring Month, which is crazy because this was introduced in 2005. So it says recognize January 2026 as National Mentoring Month. Whereas the goals of National Mentoring Month are to raise awareness and celebrate the powerful impact of mentoring relationships, recruit new mentors, encouraging new institutions, or integrate quality mentoring into their policies, practices, and programs. This is a very long fucking bill for that. Whereas quality mentoring fosters positive life and social skills, promotes self-esteem, bolster academic achievements, college access, support careers, exploration, and nurtures youth leadership development. Whereas mentoring happens in many settings, including community-based programs, elementary, secondary schools, colleges, government agencies, religious institutions, youth sports teams, in the workplace, and in various ways, including formal mentoring matches and informal relationships with teachers, coaches and neighbors, faith leaders, and others. Whereas effective mentoring of underserved and vulnerable populations helps individuals confront challenges, display improved mental health, and social and emotional well-being. Whereas studies have shown that incorporating culture and heritage into mentoring programs can improve academic outcomes and increase community engagement, especially for the Alaska Native and American Indian youth. Whereas mentoring encourages positive youth development and smart daily behaviors such as finishing homework and having healthy social interactions has a positive impact on the growth and success of a young person. Whereas mentors help young people set career goals and help connect mentees to industry professionals to train for and find jobs. Whereas mentoring programs generally have a significant positive impact on youth academic achievement, social connectedness, and engagement in educational success, which leads to outcomes such as an improved attendance, grades and test scores, classroom behavior. Whereas research has found that young people facing risk of not completing high school of not completing high school, but who had a mentor were, compared with their peers, more likely to enroll in college, to participate regularly in sports and extracurricular activities, to hold a leadership position in a club or sports team, and to volunteer regularly, and less likely to start using drugs. Whereas mentoring has been a long staple of juvenile justice and violence prevention efforts and can offer a comprehensive support to youth at risk for committing violence or victimization, as mentoring can address many risk factors at once. Whereas mentoring relationships for youth facing risks such as foster youth can have a positive impact on a wide range of factors, including mental health, educational functioning, entertainment, peer relationship, employment, and housing stability. Whereas mentoring programs have been found to have a meaningful positive impact on mental health symptoms across a variety of outcomes, including internalizing and externalizing mental health symptoms, interpersonal relationships, and reducing parental stress. Whereas mentoring is an this is so fucking wordy, I'm not gonna lie. Whereas mentoring is an innovative Evidence-based practice and uniquely is both a preventive and prevention and intervention strategy that can support young people of all demographic and backgrounds in all aspects of their lives. Where each of the benefits of mentors described, the preamble serves to link youth to economic and social opportunity while also strengthening communities in the United States. Whereas despite the benefits of mentoring, 40% of young persons in the U.S. are growing up without a mentor, representing approximately 1.8 million youth who do not have someone outside the home to offer real-life guidance and support. Agreed. I don't know about the number, but I definitely agree that this is definitely not something that is occurring more often than not. However, it says only 40%. I feel like this number is way higher than that, but I can't speak for everyone's community or everyone's situation, because maybe in more predominantly white societies or more predominantly white communities, they may experience more mentorship possibilities outside of the home based on their economic status and their place of schooling. Whereas this mentoring gap demonstrates the need for collaboration between private, public, and nonprofit sectors to increase resources for relationship-centric supports for youth in communities, schools, and workplaces. And whereas volunteers mentor report getting as much of a mentoring relationship as a young person, with 70% of mentors reporting finding the relationship highly satisfying, 80% indicating they plan to continue mentoring, and 76% recommending stepping up to be a volunteer mentor to friends and family. Now, therefore be it recognized January 2026 as National Mentoring Month. This was agreed to in the Senate, by the way. This is the only bill that we mentioned that was actually passed. Obviously, because it's so simple. And, you know, there's no reason not to do that. Like I said, this would recognize the caring adults who serve as staff and volunteers at volunteers at quality mentoring programs and help the young people of the United States find inner strength and reach their full potential. Acknowledges that mentoring is beneficial because it supports educational achievement, engagement, and self-confidence, supports young people in setting career goals, expanding social capital, reduce juvenile delinquency, and strengthens communities. Promote the establishment and expansion of quality mentoring programs across the United States to equip young people with the tools needed to lead healthy and productive lives, and support initiatives to close the mentoring gap that exists for the many young people in the United States who do not have meaningful connections with adults outside of their home. Now, with that being said, yes, recognizing January 2026 as National Mentoring Month. Does that mean that it's only this January that just passed? Why are we recognizing the month 5 days after the month is over? Why wouldn't this have been introduced in December to do that? Or is what they're saying, which I don't think is what they're saying, that every January thereon after, it will be National Mentoring Month? I don't think that's what they're saying. I think they're only saying that this past January, which was 9 days ago, which was 5 days prior to the introduction of this bill,
said, why are you reading legislation on congress.gov?
For the same reasons why people need to know what's going on congress.gov. Very simple. Very simple. Of course we need to know what's going on congress.gov, because most people aren't reading this fucking legislation on congress.gov. Most people don't know what the fuck is going on. Most people, including yourself, don't know what the fuck is going on.
RI0P said, where is my mentor?
You had one. He was fired.
Said, I am most people.
He was fired. Yeah. But I think this will be the last thing, because this covers all the ones that we decided to pull up for today. There are plenty more pieces of legislation that were introduced just last week. However, we're not going to go over every single piece of legislation from last week, because we would be doing this shit for 2 days straight if that was the case. But yeah, this is very important. It's very important. was explaining this to my brother last week because I know you weren't there for that stream. That more and more of my streams are going to include political analysis of bills and XYZ. And maybe that's not for everybody, but however, it's very important that us people, you know, us voting individuals and non-voting individuals who may not be readily available to vote yet, need to be brought up on what's being introduced into our government, not just because of recent events, but just in a general sense. Because like I said before, as always, when you vote, you should be keeping track of who you voted for, and if the person you voted for is not following suit on what they campaigned on, Trump, which I didn't vote for Trump, of course, but if the person you voted for is not following through on what they campaigned on, if they're talking about lowering grocery prices, if they want to make housing more affordable, if they want to take away tax on overtime and tips, which also it's only taking away tax on overtime and tips based on a certain threshold. Like, for example, overtime, it's only for the actual overtime, the half time, not the time. There's some weird wording about it, but yeah, people are still paying taxes. Grocery bills aren't cheaper. Housing isn't more affordable. If anything, it's more expensive. It's actually wants to push to make housing more expensive to make sure that the equity of people's homes is higher up, in that more people can obviously make money, the rich. But yeah, so same thing like with the Gun Violence Prevention Act that Alsobrooks had introduced to help fund Medicaid. Most people aren't going to go on Congress.gov for one. 98%, I'm going to say 99.8% of people aren't going to go on Congress.gov, even though everyone has access to it. It's updated regularly. It's updated pretty much on a daily that Congress does anything, sometimes the day after, because sometimes they're, you know, updating the information or whatever, or paperwork's finally come through, summaries are available, XYZ, but you need to know who's co-sponsoring bills, who's not co-sponsoring bills, who's introducing bills, who's not introducing bills. Obviously, our government is controlled by strictly Republicans, no matter if you look at judiciary, executive, or the legislative branches. It's all controlled by Republicans for the most part, but even in the general sense, if that wasn't the case, people need to be informed about what is being passed and what isn't being passed. And so that's what this stream is for. Now, this isn't the entire stream, of course. We're not doing this for the entire stream. But, you know, some streams, I'm not sure if it's going to be every single day. We're just recapping some of the random things I thought were interesting from last week. But we'll be doing this pretty much on a regular basis. Not specifically, like I said, I'm not sure if it's going to be every day or a specific day. But I know like 2 weeks ago we did it maybe like once a day because there were a lot of stuff happening all at once just to see what was going on. But do a little analysis breakdown, see what's going on, see who's co-sponsoring, who's doing sponsors, blah 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 blah. What are tax dollars are actually being utilized for? And yeah, so forth. Just so people can keep better track. At some point, I'm going to, because there are, I think, 33 seats up for election this year in the Senate, and then I think all the seats in the House are up for election again. I'll be doing a breakdown analysis per each state of whose seats are available and up for election, and doing cross references of what they campaigned on before when they're doing their last re-election, or if they were getting elected in the last cycle. Just a little bit here and there, what they campaigned on and what they followed through on and whatnot. And, you know, just so people have an understanding of, you voted for this individual. And if they didn't follow through on making your housing more cheaper in your state, get them the fuck out of there. If they didn't make your grocery prices more cheaper, get them niggas the fuck out of there. Of course, We have concerns about certain individuals wanting to steal the election, of course. You know, there's this stream isn't about that. This is about just being transparent with the overall community of what's happening in, you know, blah blah blah. Now, some of the stuff is excess and wordy. You know, it's a little tiresome for me to read some of the stuff. I'm not reading every single detailed individual, every detailed line except for that mentorship thing, because I was wondering what was on there. And that was the last thing we were going to cover. But you know, some things we're skimming through. We do cross-reference
Super
analysis
Pants, will
and see
you?
what's going on.
Said hi.
What's going on, Super Pants? At least you're not on that fuck shit today. You know, how you feeling? But yeah, you know, this may not be useful for people like Super Pants who don't live in the US, but it's good for them to also know what the fuck is happening in our country outside of what's being covered in the media headlines. Obviously, I'll make clips and I'll make little videos of these little subsections, but yeah, that pretty much covers why I'm
Super
on
Pants, will you?
Congress.gov.
Said I'm good, how are you?
Pretty good, brother. Pretty good. I could probably use some water. My kombucha's probably getting warm over here. I have some tater tots in the air fryer that need to be taken out and eaten. It's 5:48. But yeah, our stream has been what is 7 minutes till about 4.5 hours. So we're gonna be shutting it down in a few minutes. Probably about like
Super
6 or
Pants, will
probably.
you? Said what's tater tots? I hear it all the time, but I have no idea what it is.
What the fuck do you mean? What are tater tots? Have you never seen a tater tot? I can't believe you, young brother. Let me introduce you to the main subject here, the most important thing that can be covered today on this stream, brother. Fucking potatoes. Come on now. Tater tots.
RI0P.
Whose
Said
man's
at
is this?
Super Pants, will you? Where do you live where there are no tater tots?
He lives in
Super
Europe. They
Pants,
don't
will
serve
you?
tater tots out there.
Said at RI0P Sweden.
They
Super
don't
Pants, will
serve
you?
tater tots in Europe, brother.
Said,
They
uneasy
serve
face.
pommes frites, brother. French fries, or they serve kadaffi. You hear me? It's either pommes frites, French fries, or kadaffi. This is a tater tot, young brother. This is a potato, which is essentially a French fry, you know, turned into
RI0P.
a little round
Said
shape,
I
a
see.
cylinder shape.
Sorry to hear about your lack of tater tots. Sad
Yeah,
face.
yeah, for real though. Which is actually funny that I've never thought about every time I've gone home to Germany
Super Pants, will you?
that there aren't tater tots
Said
available.
oh, we have this also, they just aren't called tater tots.
I've never seen tater tots in Germany, now that I think about it. I don't think I've ever seen tater tots in Germany. Pommes frites. You know, regular French fries.
RI0P. Said few, thank goodness.
I know, right? Whew, sheesh. Sheesh. Yeah, we almost were concerned about you there, buddy. You almost had to get that EU up out of there or something. But yeah, you know, tater tots are the best type of French fry, of course. You know, our favorite. You know, it's definitely lock-in material. If we don't have water and tater tots, we're not locking in truly for the day. You know, that's only for game time, of course, not for everything. But you know, if you have tater tots and you have water, you're guaranteed to lock in. Guaranteed. There is no if, ands, or buts about it. You will lock the fuck in. All right.
Super Pants,
Even
will you?
RI0P can approve
Said
this.
you streaming later today also, or last stream for today.
I'm not entirely sure if I'm streaming later. I do want to hit the gym today. That's why I want to get off a little bit earlier. The gym closes at 8 on Sundays, so it's really annoying as fuck. I don't watch the Super Bowl because I don't give a fuck about sports. I don't care about halftime commercials or any of that shit. I mean, Bad Bunny is showing up, so we may have to support Bad Bunny somehow, but that's probably going to be some after the fact because, you know,
RI0P.
we don't fuck with that shit.
Said Super Bowl at 6:30.
Yeah, fuck the Super Bowl. Fuck sports. Fuck the Super Bowl. You know, we care about the World
Super
Cup, but
Pants
we don't
William.
want the other.
Said this might sound crazy.
We care about the World Cup, but we don't want any of the countries coming here to support
Super Pants will you.
spending money in this
Said,
country
but I
right
don't
now.
know who Bad Bunny is either.
You don't know who Bad Bunny is? That's okay. There's nothing wrong with you not knowing who Bad Bunny is. I don't know if Bad Bunny is very popular in Europe, to be honest with you. I mean, your music choices are gonna differ a little bit from, you know, Americans, but yeah, he's from Puerto Rico. Puerto Rico native.
RI0P. Said don't worry, Bad Bunny is more of a Hispanic/Spanish artist. Super Pants
Yeah.
will you. Said my mom talked about Bad Bunny once, I think.
Yeah, RI0P is right on that. I mean, if she has mentioned it once, that's pretty good. You know, your mother's a little cultured. However, it wouldn't be surprising if you haven't heard of Bad Bunny. I mean, honestly speaking, you know, in the last Super Bowl, you know, it was Kendrick Lamar. I'm sure you heard of Kendrick Lamar. You know what I'm saying? That's a big name type shit. You know, he out here doing shit, burning bridges. You know, making
RI0P.
light-skinned niggas.
Said LOL, I've never mentioned him in convo either.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever mentioned Bad Bunny in
Super Pants
combo
will you.
outside of this year.
Said
Or
I've
this
heard
last
off
year.
Kendrick OFC.
Of course you heard of Kendrick. Of course. You know what I'm saying? Section 80. High power. They made a left, then they made a right, then another left. One lucky night with the homies. That's right. That's right. With the homies. Tripping. Really tripping. But yeah, that's the Super Bowl halftime artist this year. So, you know, in case you're interested in finding out who Bad Bunny is, that's the information you need to know. I'm sure you'll see shit on the web later on, you know, because we all got YouTube and all that shit. But yeah, like I said before, you know what I'm saying? The only thing we care about when it comes to sports is the World Cup or soccer in general when it comes to Germany. You know, maybe a little bit of hockey, you know, Pittsburgh. But we don't really watch that shit anymore. However, you know, we don't really think countries should be sending their teams
Super
here
Pants
for the
will you.
World Cup anyway.
Said soccer, sad face, RI0P. Said if someone put a gun to my head and said name a Bad Bunny song, I'd be dead LOL.
Nigga, we both be dead. They be killing us both just for that. You'd be lucky if I'd be able to tell you anything about him outside of that. His music is maybe catered towards Hispanic and Spanish individuals, and that he's from Puerto Rico. He's light skinned. That's all I can probably tell you, brother. He looks like a young guy, but I mean, outside of that, I don't really know. I'm sure I probably have come across his music, but it's nothing that's probably in my like playlist. You know. But yeah, Foosball is definitely the A1 day one, but you know, like I said before, I don't think countries should be sending their teams here. I don't think civilians of other countries should be coming. I mean, obviously we have a whole thing going on with visas and shit, and they want fucking 5 years of your background, social networking data to see if, you know, you oppose the regime and have said anything bad about certain individuals in the regime as of lately. Don't come and spend your money here. If you were thinking about it, renege on your tickets, sell your flights, XYZ. If you got your visa approved,
Super
don't
Pants
show
will
up.
you. Said what if
XYZ.
you're a 4Y old, can you just not go to America?
Of course, brother. Actually, I'd be even more concerned if they did come to America. I'd be concerned if somebody's going to try to steal them, you know, because they got a whole... Anyway, let's not even get into the Epstein files, because we already talked about that a little bit in some of the legislation right there. Yeah, don't support the economy of this country. Don't support the sports in this country. You know, don't really give them the you know, the companies that have supported this administration and donated to this administration and help propagate the shenanigans that we have currently going on over the last year or so. Don't support those companies. There are a litany of lists online. some of these companies are
Super Pants will you? Said didn't Spotify donate to Trump? Super Pants
yes,
will you?
yes.
Said I can't lose my music.
I believe
Super Pants will
they
you?
donated,
Said.
and
sad
they were
face.
playing ICE ads up until recently. I believe the ICE ad contract had finally expired. They said they had done away with it, but I believe the contract had just recently expired, so they were just saying bullshit
RI0P.
that it's gone.
Said damn not Spotify.
But realistically speaking, we should have stopped using Spotify at least like a year ago. Same thing with Google. Same thing with Microsoft. Microsoft and Google also support a certain Middle Eastern country that has been propagating violence and stoking violence on its neighboring countries, along with furthering a genocide
Super
against a
Pants will you?
population.
Said what browser should I use then? Super Pants will you? Said not Edge.
Yeah, if you want to
Super Pants
use,
will you?
yeah, use Firefox.
Said and not Google.
That's what I
RI0P.
use. I
Said
use Firefox. I have Google because obviously I
RI0P.
use YouTube,
Said or
for
Opera.
streaming or whatever. But use Firefox. You can also use some of the Linux-based browsers, I'm assuming. Don't use Safari because
Super
Apple
Pants
has
will you?
contract with the government
Said
also.
Firefox. Sad face. RI0P. Said but I'm a hypocrite who still uses Chrome LOL.
Actually, Firefox is pretty good. I don't use Chrome. I haven't really used Chrome in the last few years like that, outside of like to access YouTube for streaming or whatever.
RI0P.
Just because Kick doesn't really
Said Firefox is Apple, isn't it?
fuck no. Fuck no.
Super
What,
Pants
nigga?
will you?
Fuck no.
Said is it just for me the stream crashed? Super Pants will you? Said.
Oh.
Sad face.
I think it's just for you, Super Pants. But nah, RI0P, nah.
Said just you.
RI0P, nah. Firefox is not Apple. Firefox is independent.
Super Pants will you?
They're big against
Said damn. Sad
the
face.
big corporations, and they've been focused on staying what is the word? Independent of those other entities and following the same shenanigans that they do. But yeah, Spotify, boycott Spotify, boycott Crunchyroll, because Crunchyroll uses Una, which is an Israeli-based
RI0P.
AI translation.
Said do Mac computers come preloaded with Firefox or am I tripping?
Mac computers come preloaded with Safari. Safari is Apple's browser base. And then some people get Firefox.
RI0P. Said sorry bro, Crunchyroll not going anywhere.
You need to get rid of Crunchyroll. You need to stop using
RI0P.
Crunchyroll.
Said oh yeah Safari what I'm thinking of.
You need to stop using Crunchyroll. You already know there are other alternatives to Crunchyroll, which I will not say on stream because, certain individuals may be thinking that I may be stoking certain commentary, but you don't need to be using Crunchyroll. Because fuck Crunchyroll. Until Crunchyroll goes against using
RI0P.
Israeli-based
Said
translations.
pirate.
Some people made the whole pirate era has re-begun. Luffy would be proud of us, except for you. Luffy would be disappointed in you, good sir. Good sir.
Super
Luffy
Pants
would
will
be
you?
disappointed in you.
Said Crunchyroll kinda sucks tbh. RI0P. Said the One Piece is real. SG Zealot. Said thanks for joining in today, hope you're enjoying the stream.
I hope so, like shit. The One Piece is real. The treasurer's friendship, like shit. And the treasurer is waking up to the regime. Crunchyroll does suck, honestly. It's just a good hub for, anime for us Western society folk, but Crunchyroll sucks. Crunchyroll's translation actually sucks. Some of the other entities that show animes have better translations, surprisingly, than Crunchyroll, because Crunchyroll's AI, Israeli based AI, is not, that shit do not be accurate a lot. But Crunchyroll sucks for deciding to fire off employees in terms of utilizing an AI based translation service from Israel, who's waging genocide on the people. Stop using Crunchyroll. Yeah. Like I said, there are a litany of other companies that realistically you should boycott or refuse to give your money to. There are probably better people than I who have a better list.
Aries Ascending.
Of what country,
Said
what
sounds like
companies
what
not to do.
Duolingo did. BC3ZKM. Said
Hey,
Ayo.
yo, what's goody? Yeah, fuck that shit. If Duolingo did that, and if they're using that same,
Super
if they're
Pants will
using
you.
companies from
Said did I
that
tell
same
you my fun Pokemon and Berserk fact? BC3ZKM. Said so I got Bari down.
Oh, word? Did you try that build?
SG Zealot.
How'd that build go?
Said join at silent German _s Discord channel and get ready for some future games.
If you want to join that Discord, hit that exclamation point Discord in the chat. It's also available in the bio. You're more than welcome to join. It's not as active as you would hope, but I'm in there. There are people in there. We play games sometimes. Some people play Fortnite. We don't play Fortnite. Yeah. We're gonna try to make the Discord a little bit more active this year.
BC3ZKM.
However,
said the build that works is straight magical damage cooldown.
that makes sense. That makes sense.
BC3ZKM.
That makes sense.
Said Chunks.
That makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. Based on how her kit is built, that makes a lot of sense, actually. That makes a lot of sense. I'm assuming you probably start with Chronos Pendant and then lead into what is Obsidian Shard later on. But also probably get Gem of Isolation. Gem of Isolation, a Rod of Tahuti. What is that one fucking giant? It's like a staff, like a curled staff. You have to have like over 275 intelligence, and it gives you like a bigger boost. I forgot what that fucking item is called, but that's pretty good. So, but yeah, I could see why magical cooldown or magical damage cooldowns would be really good on her. Also, doesn't Niza drop in like 2 days? Guess we'll be playing some Shmite in a couple days. But yeah, don't support companies that support genocide. Don't support companies that propagate, disparities within communities.
Said I do Chronos, Doom Orb, Poly, Soul Reaver as the main. Last two can vary.
Doom Orb is actually good too. Doom Orb is good too.
BC3ZKM.
Soul Reaver.
Said yet Nisha is on the 10th.
Use Soul Reaver. I don't think I use Soul Reaver too often. Hey, if you join the Discord, maybe one of these days we can run a couple games when you're online. Me, you, Aries, Chun, and maybe a couple other individuals from the crew. See how things are going. Let me see this Princess Bari firsthand. See how well you lock in, of course. But yeah, outside of that, y'all, it's been fun. It's been real. It's been a good time.
Said sure,
not
I'll
a long
join,
time.
Bro, I'll run the smoke dashing away.
Hey, exactly. It's been a good time, not a long time, but unfortunately, things are coming to an end, like all good things, like your girl. yeah, it's been 4 hours and 41 minutes. We're not going till 5 hours. It's 6:06 now. Gym closes in an hour and about 54 minutes, 53 minutes. So we're gonna try to get the dogs taken care of and hit the gym, possibly. And maybe if we get back online, if we play some more games later, or if we just want to get back online, chat it up for a little bit, we'll load up the stream. If not, I'll see y'all tomorrow at some point, probably around noon. Noon Eastern time. Hopefully y'all have a good night. Thanks for showing up. Thanks for chatting in these last few moments or whatever. And I'll see you in the next one. Until the next one. This is the next one. Anzini, Jamada, or Ja Ashta for some of you folks. Or Yasumi for my people who are going to sleep like super. And Kyotsuke.
Aries ascending. Said waving hand, medium skin tone.
Have a good night. Thanks for showing up. And if you haven't already, hit that follow button, hit that bell notification icon so you can stay up to date when we go live. If you hate fucking ads, hit that sub button. All that good stuff we typically say. But in case you're new here, that's the motto. I'll see you in the next one. Until the next one.